There are a few noisy ones. All right, so have it's been dry, so that one rainstorm.
Recording in progress.
Have dollars behind us.
Yeah. No, that's not.
I got this from one of the groups.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I reached out to him. And he was your, I mean, say.
Hey, Mike, wanna give that thing a whack?
No. That's, can I agree with all of it? No, can I agree with part of it?
We have been called to order. Good morning. So I'm Tara Thistle and I work here at the BLM and I'm also your SMAC facilitator, and everybody in this room knows me, and I think everybody online knows me also. So today I'm just gonna go through a few logistics and do some introductions, and then we'll get going on our agenda. So everybody, we want to make sure you sign in over there at the table on your way in. The handouts are on the table for you to choose what you want and what you don't want. For everybody online, those documents available here are in the SMAC Google Drive, which I shared in the chat. So you can access those documents at your leisure. There's plenty of snacks back there, plenty of coffee, so you guys help yourself. There's half and half in the refrigerator, or there's plenty of creamer there on the countertop. The bathroom is right out here in the lobby. If you do go out that door, you'll have to get buzzed back in, but there should be someone at the front desk for you. Or you can push the door all the way open, it'll magnet and stay that way. If you are traveling, make sure you connect with me sometime today or tomorrow with your lodging receipt and or your mileage. So Mike, you're probably going home today. Make sure I get what your mileage is for.
Punched in, I went to 0 on my odometer when I left the house, and I got it accurate, right down to the 10th of a mile.
That is responsibility. I love it.
I don't want the government to have to pay any more than it needs to, given that we're paying $1 billion a day in interest
Okay,
on the debt.
that's an excellent point. Thank you for that. Okay, the other thing I wanted to mention is the owl is very, very sensitive to sound. So if we're having side conversations, or even if you're in the foyer and talking, it will probably pick you up and be very confusing. So just try to keep side conversations to a minimum so it's clear for everybody listening. For your agenda today, we're going to start this morning with our designated federal official and field manager update. So as you know, Jeff retired after our last meeting, and so Dawn's going to be filling in for the designated federal official role. Our acting district manager, Tom, he might pop in and out a little bit. He is down to his last 2 days in this role. So he'll be going back to his home district in Spokane after tomorrow. So he has quite a few things he's wrapping up with our state office today, but he's going to try to come in every now and then to touch base with you guys. And then Autumn is also going to take some time during the DFO update to talk a little bit about the EIS process, which is what we're working through right now with the Bridge Creek project. Following that, we'll have our recreation program update and recap with Sir Kyle Wanners, who is also in his last couple of days with our office. He'll be moving to another agency next week. So we'll have our last meeting with Kyle today and tomorrow. So we do have a working lunch, and those of you that pre-ordered lunches will have those picked up and brought here around noonish. For everyone else, there's plenty of things back there. There's also some meat and cheeses in the refrigerator if you would like. This afternoon, we'll hear an update on the Inflation Reduction Act projects. Might be a shorter update than an hour, but we'll do the best we can to fill up that time. We'll make sure we pause for public comment at 1:30. And then in the afternoon, we kind of have it open to have some various discussions about things that we have going on. So we'll likely use that time to talk about our reasonable access for reasonable use document, since Mike will be on Zoom tomorrow and would like to be here in person.
It's not likely that we're going to be talking about that today. It's 100% that we're going to be talking about that today. I specifically asked for that so that I could be here in person to be a participant in the discussion.
So we'll be talking about that this afternoon. And if we have any other time, maybe we'll include some other discussion. Tomorrow. We'll see what we do in the morning if we cover everything we want today on reasonable access. We're also gonna hear from Diane Teeman and with the Burns Paiute Tribe and Kat O'Grady, who is our archaeologist here. And they're gonna talk about some of the Burns Paiute Tribe history on the Steens. Some of the handouts over there, you'll notice there's a packet of the reasonable access for reasonable use documents. So the original one that was written or updated as of 2020. The new version that doesn't have a date on it, but it is highlighted in green. Then we have the track changes version that shows the difference from 2020 to 2024. And then there's also an email from Mike kind of about the summary of the intent behind the changes that were made. And those will come in handy for use during your discussion this afternoon. Did you have something else you wanted to-
The only other thing is we wanted to kind of revisit and give some interpretation, based on solicitor interpretation and BLM interpretation of the High Desert Aspens IBLA appeal. That was a decision that was remanded back to BLM that involved trailing of sheep, into inholding within the wilderness through the no livestock grazing area. So that could be relevant to the reasonable access for reasonable use.
Any questions about the agenda or the timeline for the next couple days? At the end of tomorrow's session, we'll also need to pick some dates for our next meeting. Our winter session, we typically have in Central Oregon. So think about that and think about what days you might be available towards the end of January, first part of February. Let's go around and do some introductions. I already introduced myself, so we'll go here with Dawn.
Don Raytel, I'm the Andrew Steens Field Office Field Manager.
Callie Wilson, grazing committee.
Terry Turner, fish and recreational fishing, and I'm a volunteer leader with Child.
Pete Reynolds, commercial representative, and it is Purple and Gold Day, wear your purple school color. Homecoming week.
Stacy Davies, grazing committee representative. And I called Autumn Aaron this morning. I'm sorry, Autumn.
I still answer to it.
Getting old.
I'm Lee Foster with ODFW, the state liaison.
Cliff Opie, recreation representative.
Mike Fox, landowner representative. Emma Crowley,
Representing the wild horse barrels.
Butch Getty, mechanized consumptive recreation.
Jake Jakubic, the state of Oregon, this is no financial interest, which I find doubtful, but okay, state of Oregon.
Andy.
Andy Daniels, I'm one of the assistant field managers for the Andersons.
Lauren, other assistant field manager for Andersons.
Autumn Foley Jackson, I'm the planning and environmental coordinator for the district.
Let's go ahead and go online. Karen, how about you go first?
Karen Withrow. I am the state environmental representative.
Linda?
Hi, I'm Linda Wallace. I am and just a person who used to live in the area, and I'm an all-around outdoor person and wild horse advocate.
Thanks, Linda. Rand?
Hey, Rand Campbell, private landowner.
Sherry? How about you, Tanea?
Hi, my name's Tania. I'm in the Eugene area and I'm a wild horse advocate.
Teresa? How about you, Pat? Hey, Pat, are you there? Okay, Pat O'Grady is also there.
Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Sherry, are you able to hear us? Okay, well, Sherry's here also. All right, let's go ahead and move into our agenda, and our first item is our DFO update.
All right. Well, this is the first SMAC meeting post Jeff Rose, so this will be the first time I'm kind of delivering this. And I'm gonna try to keep it somewhat brief because I want Autumn to be able to talk about our EIS process. It's important for the Bridge Creek project, and I want to keep communicating to the SMAC about Bridge Creek. But as Tara mentioned, and I mentioned, Jeff Rose last day as district manager was in the end of June 29th, I believe. Since then, we've had Tom Bocage, who's the field manager from Spokane District, step in as the acting district manager. His detail ends as of tomorrow at 120 days, acting as the Burns District Manager. After that, Bruce Loranger, our Deputy District Manager, will be the acting DM. And that is until they announce the permanent selection of the Burns District Manager, which should be at any point, but it's I'm not sure where the process is at, but that will come soon. Also on the hiring table of organization front, in terms of who we have on board, we mentioned Kyle Warner. He's leaving. He's been an important part of the field office, managing the recreation, national conservation lands programs, as well as lands and realty. He is leaving as of Friday as his last day, and he will be transferring to BLM Eastern States. I think it's the Northeastern Field Office in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So he will be leaving us at the end of the week. This is his last SMAC meeting. Also on that side of the Andrew Steens Field Office, we have multiple vacancies that we're working on filling. We have 3 vacant outdoor rec planners, a vacant rec maintenance worker, and we have the range rider position is vacant. So I did some quick numbers, and of the 12 permanent positions we have over there, we're at about a 60% vacancy rate. So just so you're aware that vacancies are always an issue, but this is unusual. And we're working through it, and we'll keep you updated as we make progress on filling that table of organization. Other than that, talk about some things that of interest to the SMAC that have occurred since our last meeting. As most of you, I think, probably are aware, the South Steens Loop Road is now fully open for the first time in about 18 months. The Rooster Comb area is where that rock slide occurred. It was not stable. We had to do some NEPA and get a decision out, and then follow that with some contracting to get that stabilized, which is all difficult to coordinate when you're dealing with an area that's only open for a handful of months a year. So I think Kyle's group did a pretty good job expediting the planning and contracting of that. They were able to do it without installing any dowels or bolting in the rock faces that are in the wilderness, which was one of the concerns of the wilderness advocates and others, that we would have impacts to wilderness values in this project. But I think just doing it through the scaling is probably the best outcome for that particular resource. And we were able to follow it up by having our operations group remove all of the material. I can't remember the exact number on the amount of material. Kyle probably knows, but we had to have some Vail equipment from Vail District come over and help remove it. And they're adding it to some of the turnouts on the loop road. So when you're looking at those turnouts, they probably look a little wider now. So we put added material to there.
Just a little clarity, so they did not bolt the rock?
They did not.
Because
the contractors and engineers looked at it and decided to remove all the loose material through scaling, which is basically kind of peeling off that loose rock and then hauling it away.
so they peeled it off. They didn't allow it to go over into the canyon.
No, none of it rolled into the canyon that I'm aware of.
Because there were signs at Rural Ranch not to
Yeah.
go there.
No, I know, we had some closures up for that because we didn't want the public to be in the area when that was occurring. Kyle, do you know any additional information on that?
Yeah, some did go of course.
Oh, did it?
So
Okay.
containment was not part of the contract, it saved like $100,000. So most of it landed on the road creek, but there was stuff that came over the top, so it wasn't.
So-
preventative.
I spoke to somebody who went there, didn't know. I said the signs. Well, I didn't see it.
Yeah. So some went in the gorge, but they removed most of it by, I think, with dump trucks. It's down on the road. Other than that, in the CMPA this year, as you guys know, we had a very busy fire season throughout the district. Within the CMPA, we had the Solomon Fire. The Solomon Fire involved about 2,600 acres. I think we never did, assign an incident management team to it. We had a group of about, I think, 20 to 30 smoke jumpers, and we have some, overhead with them that managed it. We did have, a resource advisor assigned since it was, I believe it's all priority sage grouse habitat. We decided not to manage that particular fire for any kind of resource benefit. We went full suppression on that fire just because of the other problematic fires on the district and in the region that were requiring attention. We decided to, go after that with full suppression and keep it where it was at. So it was ended up at 2,600 acres. We have proposed a small ESR plan that will involve spraying for invasive annuals, and doing some roadside spraying for other noxious weeds. And then I believe there's a small sagebrush seedling planting component to that plan. That plan's been submitted. We don't know if it's been approved yet or not. There will not be any temp fence because I believe the permittee has agreed to, work with us and enter into agreement, rest that for a period of time. That ESR plan to be as effective as it possibly can.
You had some excellent volunteer help on that fire.
Oh yeah, I think I saw a picture of you out there, Mike. And I will say also the RFPAs were they were extremely valuable this fire season. We probably leaned on the RFPAs more than we have ever leaned on them, I think, in my 30-year career with BLM. So that program just continues to improve. And they were out there on Solomon as well.
That day was me.
Oh, was it?
That's all it was. I was there for a day with the tender. But you're absolutely right. With regard to the Falls Fire telephone, Sage Hen, there was a lot of hard work put in by Lone Pine and North Harney. I mean, Ron Whiting from Lone Pine.
Yeah.
Practically lived in a dozer and then in his pickup for I don't know how many days.
And anytime we bring in some of these overhead management teams from out of the area, it's always kind of clunky because they don't know the area. They're really good at kind of digging into an area, getting to know an area, and then just they build the machine and just keep working at it. But if they have to chase fire around in the new areas, they're not that effective. So putting the RFPAs with them and having the RFPAs were just extremely valuable during falls and telephone especially, but in other fires also for helping with that.
Just on that Solomon fire, two issues. One, the wild horse use in that area has been extensive. So we're seeing an increase in Medusa head. And so the request was, rather than fence it, use that money to make sure you get the edges of the fire for Medusa head treatment as big as you can. And then place the returning wild horses in the Steens pasture so they don't immediately attract to that area again and damage that fire. So that the livestock grazing component, we can manage around that fire with livestock, but the wild horses could be a major impact. And visiting with Maxwell, I really hope that that's taken into consideration.
Yeah. So can you sum that up for me again, Stacy? Your input to Maxwell was to not
Make
fence
sure
it, to
that the
make sure-
horses, when they get taken back out, they're put close to the river and the Steens pasture. That's the area of that allotment that has the least wild horse use. And so kind of try to relocate them just a little bit.
Okay.
And then they'll find their way back north over time. But if we put them back in the tombstone pasture, they'll go to that fire and abuse it. And your sagebrush planting will be a failure.
Yeah, no, that's good input.
And then secondly, rather than spend money on a temp fence, I would much rather any extra money go to spraying Medusa head in a slightly larger area than just the fire. Because, we're seeing little patches. It's at that stage where you could whip it if we spray a bigger area.
Yeah.
And the wild horse use has been extremely heavy in that Cunder northern tombstone pasture. And they've hurt the perennial bunch grasses to the point that the Medusa head's taken over. And now would be the time to take care of that.
I don't want to get into too much discussion on it right now, but I will say that we also have ESR policy that limits on how it limits us on where we can treat.
I'm aware.
Other programs are supposed to step in and pick up the slack for the larger restoration, but anyways.
But the fire was 2,600 acres and maybe spraying a perimeter around the fire to protect the encroachment would be a good idea.
Agree. Talking about wild horses.
Kind of like you do on roads. You spray the roads so weeds don't scatter.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Also, area of wild horses in July, we completed the South Steens HMA gather. In that gather, we had planned to remove around 750 head of wild horses, and we ended up taking 869, which I believe leaves us with around 75 there, which is low AML. It's the first time in many years that we've been low AML in the South Steens HMA.
Sorry, what's AML?
Oh, appropriate management level.
Don, quick question. What was the last gather done?
The last gather of South Steens,
Before this last one?
I'm not sure.
We talking,
Two years ago, there was 1,500.
Yeah.
They took 750-ish 2 years ago, and then this year got to AML.
is that, every time you analyze it and make a request to do it, or is it on a regularly scheduled program to gather? Like every 2 years or something like that?
We create 10-year gather plans.
Okay.
So this was the last gather of that plan.
So you have to start over then, on what the plan is, okay.
Yeah, and there was another detail I was going to add about, yesterday was the first day we had adoptions at the corrals. I believe we adopted about 25 horses yesterday, and that will continue. I think that's about it for South Steens. It was a successful project. And so we'll be introducing, I think, 60 studs are going to be taken back out, and we can consider Stacy's input, or when, I'll talk to the wild horse folks about that. But they'll be going back out, and then I believe mares will be going back out with treatments of PZP fertility.
How many mares are going to go back, you know?
Well, I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Is it a large number, small number, or?
We want to be at the low end of AML, so,
AML's 182 to 304.
yeah.
There's 75 head there. 60 studs puts them at 130-ish, so.
Anyways, we were able to, the thing I wanted to say was we were able to get a 15% increase, and that was funded, through headquarters, a 15% increase on what we actually gathered out there, and so that was a success. Already talked about Steens Loop Road, travel management and the CMPA. This is an important effort for a lot of different things I think that SMAC is interested in and involved in. The travel management plan. So far, we have completed a route inventory, which is the groundwork, collecting data on the ground about each road. And we have almost completed a evaluation process where resource specialists from the field office have sat down to look at each inventoried route, discuss the uses and impacts of each route, and then give us some options in terms of managing that route. Fully open, close it, or consider it for administrative uses, or some of the options that they have looked at. But they've spent probably 2.5, 3 weeks working with the contractors, evaluating these routes. And that information is captured in GIS and in other places. And then, so from there, we're gonna move into a public involvement phase, and we're gonna move into our NEPA planning process. We have another contractor. We had ARS was the contractor that did the inventory and helped us with the evaluation. We have Logan Simpson Design that's gonna help us with the NEPA and the public involvement phase. Because of the extreme amount of vacancies currently in the recreation staff, Kyle and I were able to modify the period of performance on that contract. Is probably going to run 18 months from January 1st, 2025. So if they take all that time, obviously that puts us into 2026 or 2027, I guess, for completion of the NEPA. But that'll be quite a process. There's a lot of interest in travel management within the CMPA. There's gonna be a lot of public input. And that's gonna be an important time, I think, for the SMAC to engage too, is giving recommendations on different alternatives and management options for accessing the CMPA. Other than that, I'm gonna wrap up here pretty quick, but Bridge Creek AMP, that's a high priority for the district, and I know it's a high area of interest for the SMAC. Currently, we have a draft EIS that it is routing through our state office and our solicitors group for review. But we've done our work here in the field office on that draft, and we feel pretty good about it. I think it's a good document. We're getting more comments and input. And we are going to move forward with a briefing process to headquarters and DOI on this EIS, and that's what Audubon's going to talk about here in a minute. I also want to stress that this EIS does not address at all any decision on grazing preference or the forage apportionment question or issue. This is strictly the allotment management plan. And so pretty much every SMAC meeting I've had some sort of Bridge Creek presentation. I want everyone to understand kind of different parts of this project and process, and understand a little more in depth about the NEPA end of things and why we are in this EIS process. So if you go back and look at the notes, I think we've always have a Bridge Creek presentation. Hopefully people are getting, I figured we're going to try to over communicate this until people are getting a little tired of hearing about it. But everyone should understand it better than they did when we first thought about Bridge Creek, walking in the door. So with it, and the only other thing I'll mention really quickly, the Kiger-Riddle Wild Horse and Burro Population Management EA, that has been completed by BLM. We've signed a decision. It was appealed. We're working through the appeal. There was a request for stay that we responded to. The stay was denied. However, due to fire activity elsewhere in the state, mostly up north in Grant County, there was an HMA there that's jointly managed. I guess it's not an HMA technically, but it's a territory and HMA, but it's jointly managed by the Forest Service and BLM. It's been affected by the Rail Ridge fire. And so because of the effects of that fire, there's going to be an emergency gather there. And since they're having an emergency gather, we have limited space in holding facilities and we have limited funds for gathers. They've asked the Kiger-Riddle be pushed back on the schedule. And we are now on the schedule for July of 2025 for Kiger-Riddle. So Murders Creek will go ahead this fall in place of Kiger-Riddle more or less, and then we will go ahead with Kiger-Riddle in July. And I realize there's gonna be a little more impact than there would have been if we could have gathered this fall. There's gonna be, you know, a 20% increase in horses there, and, you know, we are already significantly over AML. So, and there's resource issues noted in some portions of the HMAs. But that's the situation with Kaiser Riddle, and with that, I'm gonna end this.
Just a question, is that information out there? Because I've talked to, or people have asked me about the Kaiser gather, and what I had heard was there's just not enough of them. And so evidently the public isn't aware of this other problem going on.
There isn't enough horses.
Yeah, that the Kaiser group was, you know, so small, and and that's why they weren't gonna do the gather. Not true, okay.
The
That's all I
EA
wanted to
came
know.
out in the summertime.
Yes.
That was publicly available.
Yeah, the EA was out, we signed the decision. It was originally scheduled, I think, to occur with South Steens in July.
Yeah.
And then we pushed it back to early in the new fiscal year. And now because of the fire activity and the ESR planning that's happening up north, they've asked us to.
Misinformed public, that's not unusual.
So Jake, if we're going to do a gather, those are announced through a news release, and then gather web pages are posted online. If there is a gather on the schedule and it gets changed or moved, that just gets adjusted in the public facing gather schedule. So that just goes online in that way. So we announce if we're doing a gather. If there's changes to the national schedule, we don't make announcements on that all the time. So people would need to just
So
be
they make
following.
stories.
It happens.
I did it now.
And so I'm gonna turn it over to Autumn.
On that area, there's been extensive Medusa head treatments over the last few years, which really needed to coincide with horse gathering and grazing management to be effective. So I understand why it got pushed to 2025, but I really hope it doesn't get pushed beyond because of the impact on range.
Yeah.
Okay, I have really exciting information for everybody. So EIS briefing process, there's been some changes to the NEPA regulations. We now have page limits, we have time limits. For an EIS, the time limit is 2 years. If it's complicated, it goes to 3 years. As many of you know, we did scoping for this in 2021, so we're clearly not making any of those time frames, but we've gotten an exception for it. Some of the direction we're following now is from our environmental review memo, which is 10-10, and our permanent instruction memo, which is 2023-004, if anybody really wants to look it up. But it's a little overly complicated, and so I've tried to simplify it down so you can see kind of what we're doing behind the scenes on some of these EIS projects, using Bridge Creek as our example. So what we've already done is we have, once we know we want to do an EIS, you have to get an initial action notice put together, and that's really the first briefing. That's where we go to the state director and we get permission to actually do the EIS. So that includes a project fact sheet. And it goes to the state director, and it usually takes about 3 weeks once we have the fact sheet put together to get on their briefing schedule. If they approve it, it goes to headquarters, and it's about another 2 weeks after the state director briefing before they look at it. So we're now 4 to 5 weeks into the process, just getting approval to do an EIS. After that, we went to stage 1, which is our notice of intent period. That goes to the state director once we get all of our documents put together. So for that one, we had to put together a briefing paper, a PowerPoint, a timeline, a decision memo, a draft notice of intent for the Federal Register, multiple informational memos, depending on what departments within headquarters we needed to share information with, communication plan, letters to congressional representatives, and we had to get solicitor review and concurrence. So we had to put all those documents together. And then we were able to go to the state director. Once we had everything submitted, it takes 2 to 3 weeks for the state director to respond. If they agree, then it takes about another 4 weeks for headquarters to get their briefing. So that's another month to 2 months. The notice of intent was published in the Federal Register, and that was done for this project on December 3rd of 2021 for a 30-day scoping period. That's the end of their stage 1 briefings. is the scoping period briefing. So we put together a scoping report that says these are all the comments we got, these are our responses, and then we have to brief the state director on that, which takes another 2 to 3 weeks, and headquarters, which takes another about 4 weeks. So that basically brings us up to where we are in the briefing schedule for Bridge Creek. So now we have a draft EIS available. We want to put that out to the public. So we had to put all of our briefing documents together, which included an executive briefing and meeting request for the state director from our district. The state director has to put together an executive briefing and meeting request for headquarters. Then there's a briefing paper on the topic, which includes an executive summary, background, summary of alternatives, and a timeline, a draft notice for the Federal Register, a communications plan, a decision memo, milestones and a timeline, a news release, a PowerPoint presentation. We have to get solicitor review and concurrence, a NEPA briefing paper, which includes timing, the proposed action, purpose and need, alternatives, resource conflicts, opportunities or hurdles, where it fits into the secretary's priorities, views of elected officials and tribal representatives, and we have to have the draft EIS all ready to go. So we prepared all those and we submitted the documents to the state director, and that usually takes about 3 to 4 weeks for them to review it. Currently, we're at about 6 weeks that the state office has been reviewing those materials. And it's all these briefings are back and forth. They look at the materials, they want us to fix this little thing over here and this little thing over there, and it goes back and forth for a while. Hopefully within the next week, the state director will pass it on to headquarters, and then we have probably 4 weeks before we get a headquarters briefing. We originally, when we submitted the package to the state office, we thought we would get a draft EIS out on November 15th. Talking with them this morning, it's probably going to be sometime after that. I can't tell you more other than headquarters direct. And if we do have to brief the Department of the Interior, we can usually do those together. But so 4 weeks plus time to get it into the Federal Register. So that's what's currently going on. We're finalizing some of the letters. We're finalizing the EIS and getting it 508 compliant and doing a little bit of work on it, but for the most part, it's in briefing at the state office. So once we get permission from headquarters to issue our notice of availability, it'll be out for a 45-day comment period. And then we get to basically make a comment report. We get to finalize the EIS, address comments, make all the changes we need to, and we get to do our stage 3 final EIS notice of availability briefing, which basically repeats the stage 2 process all over again. Your documents are a little bit different, but you have the same list of, I don't know how many are there, 10 or 12 documents. And then you submit it to the state office and you have 2 to 3 weeks for them to do their briefing. Headquarters is about 4 weeks after that. We will publish it in the Federal Register. At that point, we're publishing a final environmental impact statement and a proposed record of decision. Because this is a grazing decision, it'll have a 30-day availability period and a 15-day protest period for the proposed record of decision. And so that's another 45 days that it's out there for public review. And then after we address all of the comments we got on that one and all of the protests, we can draft our final record of decision. When it's ready, we go to briefings. So we get a bunch of papers together for the state director, and then 2 to 3 weeks there, 4 weeks after for headquarters. And the final ROD and grazing decision would be published. Tentatively, we're thinking September 15th of 2025, but who knows? And that'll go out for a 30-day appeal period. So if you guys are trying to add up those times in your head, the total time needed for briefings ranges from 36 weeks to 42 weeks. And that's assuming we remain at least a moderate priority for them to get through. If they bump us down for another project, it'll extend it more. In theory, they could speed it up if we're a high priority, but I haven't noticed that happening with this project. If you add in the time that it's out there for public review, it's about 150 days, which is another 21 or so weeks. So just in the briefings and the public review period, we have about 57 to 63 weeks. Out of a 2-year timeline to make an EIS, that leaves less time for writing the document and responding to comments than it does for all the review stuff. You can, again, get a 3-year extension for an EIS, which would give you 156 weeks, which would make it a little bit easier, but it's a pretty tight timeline with what our current process is. And unfortunately, a lot of that time is just, it sits there, which means you guys get updates that are me telling you what the EIS process is instead of actually getting an update on what's happening with the document. So that's kind of the overview of the briefings and why it seems like things aren't moving very quickly.
And I'd just add to like how we got here is that this is not typical for a typical grazing decision on Burns District BLM. It's not typical at all. But how we got here was in 2021. This was remanded, I don't think it was by the Secretary of Interior, I think it was by an advisor at the time, back to Burns District BLM to complete another environmental analysis with more opportunities for public involvement. So, because we had completed an EA and a decision record, that we made the decision to go forward with the EIS process, which like I said, is very unusual. The other thing I'd point out is Autumn mentioned a few times where we briefed the state director, where the state director engages. On Bridge Creek, our state director will not engage for this because he has recused himself from this project because he had previous involvement, I think, with some of
Farm Bureau.
He had been involved with the Farm Bureau, so he is recused from the project. So, but I just kind of wanted to give you guys a feel for Autumn put it together a white paper to give you a feel for the briefing process and, you know, show that, you know, we're doing the work, all the work that we can do here locally to move it along, but there's only so fast it can move in this process.
So this is why Jeff retired.
Might be.
Like Don said, most of our grazing allotment management plans are EAs. There's generally no significant impacts. We didn't find any significant impacts when we did the EA originally. But there's just so much attention around it.
Yeah.
Political, social, a lot of other things that we chose to do an EIS. It does confuse people at higher levels because we aren't able to point huge differences between the alternatives. They're with grazing and with natural resources in general. You're on a spectrum and one alternative has slightly more impact in a certain area than another one. And it's not quite as clear cut as some of the EISs I think they're used to seeing for like oil and gas or bigger developments.
And then the other thing is under the grazing regulations, our decisions are two-part decisions, a proposed decision, a final decision. And that also affects, when you bring that into the EIS process, it adds even more public review and briefings and et cetera. So it's quite a process.
You said this is the AMP and then there's 2 additional decisions that are not exactly clear. Preference and what else?
I just won. It's a decision on grazing preference that would be made after this.
After the AMP is finished.
So basically,
This allows you to make the decision on the AMP without
all of
naming
the,
the name of the committee.
right.
it keeps it a little clear cut, because in theory, if we have an allotment management plan that says we can graze in a certain area, it doesn't matter who's grazing because they all have to follow the same set of rules. So this lets us kind of separate the 2 issues and focus a little more clearly on one. With preference, once we assign the preference, it's one decision, but whoever holds the preference can then apply for the grazing permit. So they get preference and it would be a grazing permit also.
And the earlier process did not enter the court system. It was pulled back before it actually a decision made in the field, or did it enter the court system?
It entered the court system. So we're working on wrapping that up as well. So that's also part of it.
That's the fun part of litigation where we can't talk about stuff.
Right, but it did enter the court system. This is a new decision. It's an EIS, so it's on its own path. That AMP still exists.
And I will say, you know, one of the things that's helped us is Autumn was the project lead on this back when she was in Andy's position as AFM of Range and Natural Resources. She's continued to work on it from her new seat as a planning environmental coordinator. And she's getting pretty skilled at protest appeals and litigation also. So I feel like we've been able to handle this probably better than other offices are because of that kind of continuity, but.
Stacy, the EA is still out there. The BLM withdrew the decision in early 2021, and then sometime after that, we also withdrew the FONSI. But it's all there. The analysis, we went into more depth in the EIS, but the analysis is all similar because we try to base our analysis on science, and so the science is still the same. Or if it's changed, we've updated as appropriate, but a lot of it will be similar to what this document is.
You know, does that mean that the previous AMP actually doesn't exist, correct?
The analysis exists, but there's no decision on it.
Right, so there's not actually a permitted process there.
No other questions? I'm gonna
You're a great
leave you
person.
guys to your fun.
The only, looking at this schedule, if the SMAC's gonna be involved in this at all, it might affect when we have meetings. I guess would be my only thought. And I don't know that we're gonna be involved in it.
I know it's always nice to get an official SMAC recommendation or something during the comment period. It'd be nice if we knew when it was actually gonna be released, because then we know when that comment period was, but.
If we're gonna have an official recommendation, it should fit into your timeline appropriately. That's all.
Yeah.
Where I'm coming from.
Yeah, so towards sometime, hopefully the end of this year, the beginning of next year will be when the public comment period will end. But I don't know. I don't
What
control
month should we have
anything.
a meeting?
I know. It's not a busy time for anybody.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, in this scheduling process, what month should we have a meeting? What's your best guess?
Well, what would you say, Autumn, September of 2025
That's when we're doing the final one, but it'd be good.
to have it?
It kind of fits, so we'll be addressing comments and everything probably in January, February timeframe. So meet sometime before then, but I'm sure Tara will share all this stuff and email to you guys also. Make sure it's available.
Will we all be alive when this gets settled?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I will be.
Will it ever be settled? It's a bigger question.
Yeah.
We haven't had grazing there for 14 years, and I'm determined that we're going to resume multiple use out there, you know. We're making progress.
Stacy, did you foresee all this when you sat down and wrote this stuff?
You know, we could talk a long time about that one. The reality is, if we had a national monument, you'd multiply this with 50.
Yeah.
Or some number, so multiply this with me. Well, just this one allotment, the issues we're dealing with on it, every allotment would be under the same kind of situation if it was a national monument, you know, or even worse, so yeah.
Well, you did the right thing.
The club is definitely, we can see the club very clearly. It's about that far from our eyeballs.
Thanks, Autumn. Thanks, everybody.
Did you have anything else you wanted? Anybody have any more questions for Dawn for Andrew Steens district level things? Okay, well, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so we can take a little bit of time to refresh coffee, get some snacks, use the bathroom, and we'll get Kyle's presentation set up for the rec program update.
So I'll ask a question then.
Okay.
Don, on vegetation treatment, it was roughly 100,000 acres was going to be treated over the last year or two. Some of that on the Steens. Is that project done? I know they worked on it last year and this year. I'm just curious if it's finished.
Well, I know we've been doing the aerial oversight applications. They were able to meet their target this year and last year. So they've met that. I don't know if you're talking about the North Steens juniper work.
Just another area.
Yeah, and we had some concerns year one especially with antelope hunters getting sprayed out there. And I think we worked with ODFW to kind of roll that out a little better this year and hopefully.
Yeah, you got a lot of feedback. It's like. A year ago this year. This year. It sounded like she really appreciated all the feedback that she got.
Good.
What they spray away.
It's a pre-emergent herbicide called a mazepec, or what's the plateau.
That's not controversial.
I don't consider it to be particularly controversial. I mean, it's not.
It was,
It's-
it took 20 years. to
Yeah,
get
it
GIS
was.
done, but-
Yeah, it was at one point. But the way it's been described to me, that unless you are genetically similar to a cheatgrass or medusa head, that there's no way that this particular pre-emergent thing, it blocks seed production on invasive animals. So.
Does it work on the?
Vetnata cheat medusa.
What is it?
Vetnata.
Vetnata, okay, that's what I was wondering, but worked on Vetnata.
And
Sure.
so back there was a controversial, yes, it took him 20 years to get, I say 20, a long time.
Took
to
a
get-
long time.
To get it approved, to get the EIS approved nationwide to use herbicides on public land. And then now there are actually additional herbicides, which some say are better, but they can't use, but private landowners do. So it is controversial, yes, but they've done a good job working their way through it.
And we have the new one on the horizon. One of the things we want to look at in our ESR NEPA is possibly looking at using Rejuvra. But I don't know. I mean, it just depends on how easy that will be to deal with in the planning process.
But that plateau gives you a 1 to 2 year residual effectiveness. Rejuvra gives you a 5-year effectiveness. It is the base difference effectiveness. It's not like something like Roundup, for example. It was.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, part of the reason it took so long to get that first one done was the binder part. The part you put into the binder with the chemical, there was some hanging up with it originally that the binder was supposed to be damaging more than Mazepec was, but they figured it out.
I believe there was a case in Idaho where there was some non-target vegetation effects, so I think it drifted and affected mag field or something, and that slowed it. But anyways, I don't consider it particularly controversial now. I haven't heard a lot of.
So it doesn't affect native grass emergence.
Oh, it can have negative effect on perennial plant seedlings that first year.
The first year.
I think it depends on the application rate as well, how it's applied.
Million things.
And what time of year? You don't get it right.
But you don't want to spray Medusa head and flat crested weed at the same time.
Right.
But I think we've had really good,
Any grass.
we've had really good results in ESR where we're spraying a burn surface. And you have that, it's a pre-emergent herbicide. So you're gonna give your perennial kind of a head start if you see, a year or so after that. And that's been a pretty effective treatment. I'm sure there's other ways to do it. I'm not a specialist by any means, but
Spray year 1, seed year 2.
yeah.
Although there is some interesting things going on with the carbon coated seedings. Where they spray and then seed right after the spray and the carbon coating protects the seed until next year. And it seems to be doing okay. What I've seen in the research.
All right, that's great. I'm gonna pause this for a minute.
Recording stopped.
Little break.
Hey, that's. Good. You choose.
I don't know
if what's gonna happen?
Oh, you are.
Well, I was just looking at. She drove the shade out there and locked it. And then, I don't
I think I've heard that there's been several since she took it. Well, that's gonna continue to be a problem.
Serve the same thing.
We're gonna address this in travel management, we'll kind of make a decision on it.
Here's the deal. I don't know if you're going volunteer cases. They should be involved.
It's actually wherever the projects.
That's not good. And I've heard different things about the, you know, you go there and can't you put a sign? So
you'll have a home base and you just.
20 miles.
Yeah, I'll live out of
That's why travel management.
You can miss this area. But right at the right, it's about 2 minutes. You can't.
I don't know, we have to look at where you need to.
Yeah, yeah.
That's where we took.
That's what the problem. Very similar.
Yeah,
This is not
issue is, it's
far, right?
Yeah, and they're gonna cut it down, but we can keep trying to.
Yeah, you ever hear the little
Communicate, but don't. I don't know.
It's been hunters.
Valves. Figure out how to.
Because the last one that she came to road about, just before they're gone, big. And there was a tree next down there. And, you know, she didn't want to leave it, and I think they had. And so they cut the tree. Nice area. We'll miss you. And so they. Yeah. How long have you been here? Oh, okay. Yeah, you got a little western. And they haven't. They've been mostly on. And my issue that she has. Yeah. Yeah. So, but if you somehow, instead of we were a chain going.
Yeah, let's think about it. Our law enforcement is really good on this.
Well, I talked to things.
He wants to.
Okay, I was gonna do something here.
And I called him, he came out and he had it hiked up there, he showed me the pictures with it. Cut the lock, there's no signs. And one of those guys said, well, on Onyx, it doesn't say anything, but, you know,
Yeah, that's an issue too.
Yeah, cool. But Onyx, if you, the guy showed me on his screen, there is a trail, and then somebody else showed me, yeah, but just touch it on the screen, and it shows the little gate is closed. And you know, so, but it's always patrol. But there needs to be a better physical. The last meeting. It's, I know it's a long way. Yeah, they got. He's fixing.
Yeah. Maybe,
And I'm kidding.
I know they have.
As far as I know, BLM will let me.
Oh, I thought they were. Oh,
Yeah, we don't.
The local sheriff's.
But they're most yells at us. Long for us. But there's another.
I bet you in their mind, they think this is public land. So that's why I have to do this.
Because I'm sure they can.
And I wanna make a decision of place I'm gonna.
Pretty good.
Yes, yeah. Or at least put a sign out there saying, be advised, 20 miles to hour. How long that is.
I hate putting signs over.
Oh, I know this. Yeah. It's a problem that's not gonna.
Oh, right, yeah.
You gotta go. Solution is. Because we won't bitch about it.
Well, Pouring the discovery valve. So the.
The motorcycles and going there. Right.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah.
I did a couple questions.
Have you seen a-
I'm in the SMAC one, and that's a fair amount more. I'll tell you. Like 5 o'clock. What? Oh, I'll tell you.
Yeah, yeah. The guy says, he was up there, he said, there's nothing going on.
It's up there.
See there, they opened the road Monday.
Yeah, I know.
So I think they took the signs down.
No, he was in Canyon looking it up because there's a sign at Riddle Ranches and don't go in the canyon because they're working up the bars.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it was.
Hey, I was in there anyway.
You know, the rocks are rolling, so actually in the sides, you have it all trail. We don't wanna.
You could risk it. I just, most of the people that I meet out there are, and I told this story, by the time they go in and down, it's not the quality of people that comes out there. They're very respectful. They may not know everything. Like the lady that walks in, flip flops and short. Well, I've heard them do it all the time. But it's like, wait a minute, oh, I didn't know, but other people say, mind your own business. But mostly the people that I meet, you know, they're.
Are things going in the office?
You're going all right?
Yeah, it's it would be really nice to have an office manager. There were about 6 weeks that we did.
Well, it's like your safety guy came out with the fire to cross streets by Riddle.
But that's finally calming down now, so.
Well, it's the same day in water.
Well, yeah, it's just particularly bad.
Yeah, I was in Clemson Falls last weekend with the big.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Did you go down to the dam? I was stay back, going on 4 years ago now, back when the dam and stuff was kind of first getting started and, when it was actually gonna happen finally, it might go to oh, I should really go down there and watch water she's in the dam, but apparently it wasn't actually that.
More gradual than people thought.
Yeah, it wasn't this time.
Like when they did.
Yeah. But it sounded like it wasn't quite the spectacle that maybe we were all expecting, which is college students in 2006.
I see the first guy.
Yeah, I saw that over the article.
I got her notes.
Really cool. And that's, I know I've talked to some folks about it. But it's not done.
Yeah, so you're.
Ben Rivera. Yeah, I talked to.
I was talking about, I was saying on the sign. Roger was off there. The Angels. You're wearing whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
So. I just wanted to make sure, yeah, I just want to make sure you guys knew what was going on.
No, it's getting it's always that kind of watch, you know.
So.
I grew up in Lake View.
Okay.
But
I figured Eric probably did, but I thought.
Fish for a salmon, I don't know where to go, there's one call that, and so I thought, like.
So I saw the notes and you guys actually.
It's pretty amazing to think about.
Can you tell them about Onyx? I guess somebody showed
No,
me.
but I just did a bunch of EDA work.
Yeah, I had been I thought.
Come out with that when we get to the United States start.
So I wanted to.
Yes, just get done. And they can find 45 of your watch, they can.
And so I.
And then it'll be an extra 2 grades or so.
I haven't, by the way, I haven't seen any.
So Dave thought you would have the money, you're in.
Yeah, they're, clear there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Dave mentioned it.
So he had a picture on his, cell phone of the trail. Gate up there.
Yeah.
So I marked the signs, and then a other showed me, the same thing. You just touch it, and then it shows that's on there. No, it's in there, but those, and I think these things are.
I don't know, you know. Well, and it's the case, I mean.
Yeah.
Even on the line, we don't.
He advised 20 miles in, I don't know how long that is, but
It shocks me that they're having. Oh, I know. But we have a Rocky Mountain on that day, it's the after,
Yeah, it's not a big towel and.
We don't have.
Hey, I'm telling
Well, you can tell people, just to figure out.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You get to some of these
Yeah.
guys.
That's true.
That's wild. Right of the other, maybe that's a good old.
Do one there. Do the old one.
8 computers later, I'm gonna be over
And the public
there.
at home.
This is your.
Why are we not sterilizing?
Recording in progress.
All right, so we are gonna get back into our agenda, and right now we have our recreation program update and kind of a recap from where we have been in 2024. For those of you online, I'll give the screen sharing a shot. Actually, I probably won't. The profile or the PowerPoint that is going to be showing on the screen is in that Google Drive if you just want to open and follow along there at your leisure. All right, Kyle.
Right, and one thing to note, I have made some changes very recently, so the handout on the table is not quite up to date with what's up here, but it's pretty close.
Oh, actually, it's currently on the printer.
Oh.
I just haven't brought them in here yet. Thanks.
Is the outdated one?
Yeah, just by maybe like a few words here and there.
I see the picture change.
So hopefully it's coming back in here. There they are. Thanks, Kyle. I forgot it.
More.
Fresh.
Ah, the press.
All right. So every year I try to do a quick, hopefully quick overview of what happened in the previous fiscal year, projects, things like that. Some numbers if you're interested. So for fiscal year 24, most of you are aware we have 5 developed campgrounds on Steens, 1 open year-round, Page Springs. Visitation, which again, this is not a perfect number. This is based off of the campground fee envelopes we receive and a multiplier for, we typically estimate 2 to 3 people per party. So we're looking at approximately 5,000 visitors in the last fiscal year. We don't have numbers for the late part of September, so it's likely a little bit higher when the turkey season and the leaves changing. This isn't a perfect number, but we did probably see a slight decrease from the previous fiscal year. We estimated just over 6,800 people at the campgrounds in fiscal year 23. That decline, a number of factors, but we did have a lot of issues during fire season, smoke drift, heat, bugs in the spring, a variety of things. It was pretty busy on the mountain and at the base of the mountain in the spring and early summer. Very quiet during the summer. It's just recently picked up again. And with the recent reopening of the full loop road, we would expect things to be pretty busy until the weather changes. So there's just, you kind of can't see the bottom, but that's the last 6 years. So we think it's going to be a peak during the pandemic and then a slight decline over the last few years. Probably we expect a rebound next year with the full loop road being open. So probably in that 6,000 to 8,000 visitors to the campgrounds every year.
And Kyle, those are comparable times. I mean, 24 is not over, but you're on a fiscal year.
We go fiscal year, so, you know, I have numbers up to sometime in September, late September, you know, the fiscal year ends next September, so we don't have the last maybe couple weeks. But yeah, these are mostly comparable.
Kyle, when is that gate closed at the South Steens Loop?
It varies, you know, we estimate November 15th, but it's weather dependent.
Okay, because that's the end of the year. Or that end of the campgrounds essentially.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we go based on fiscal year just because it's easier, because that's when we all leave, but yeah, there's gonna be visitation there. It's extremely busy, probably right now is the busiest it's been this whole year.
What would these numbers have been in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s?
That I don't know. I could probably, I don't know if I can find out.
I know, I think our numbers were affected, like Kyle said, this year because of fire, because of the horse gather indirectly, because that loop road on the south side was so rough that, I mean, it was extremely rough, and I think that affected some things, and then also, you know, just the fact that they couldn't drive the full loop probably lowered our use.
We had lots of people call us. And we're deal with public and ask if the Steens Loop Road was open. So that loop road is a big decision.
During like all summer, you had people ask regularly? Church check.
Well, I just drove out this morning. That road is just beautiful, but where the hell was it in August when I was there? It was terrible.
Like I said, between the Solomon Fire traffic and the
Yeah.
horse gather traffic, I just think, you know, we went out there after the Solomon Fire was controlled and maintained that road, just after it was reopened with the rock slide.
I vaguely remember, maybe 25 years ago, that the number thrown out by the BLM for visitors each year was maybe 1,000. If I remember correctly.
Well, how old is the loop road?
60s.
But it's a much different road now than it was.
Oh, yeah.
It used to be
It's been steadily improving.
I know in the early 2010s, the average yearly visitation is right in like the 28 to 3,000.
So this is just, so those numbers are just the visitors to develop campgrounds, just to be clear. So this is not visitation to the CMPA. This is just people who are paying to stay at the campgrounds. So even the people that stayed and didn't pay, we're not counted. So this is our best
People
guess.
that paid.
Mostly, we got pretty good fee compliance out here, but you know, this is just the developed campground. Doesn't include dispersed use, driving use, people who stay in town, travel for a day, things like that. As far as revenue, so, you know, I probably harped on this a lot with our increase a couple years ago, but all the money collected at the developed campgrounds goes directly into the operations and maintenance of those sites. So we're not keeping that money. It goes into a fund that carries over year to year, and we use that money for projects to help pay for the whole restroom pumping, trash service, supplies, improvements, things like that. So slight decrease, not a surprise, but still a fair amount of money that really helps our ability to manage those sites. So over $60,000 so far fiscal year 24. As far as visitation to the various developed sites, probably not a surprise, Page Springs has been the busiest campground by far for many years. It's also the only year-round campground, so that's not a surprise. Fish Lake also fairly busy considering it's about a 4-month season up there. Still getting a fair amount of use at South Steens, although it's been down a little bit from previous years, likely due to the partial loop road closure. And like most years, Jack and Park and the South Steens Horse Camp are pretty light as far as visitation is concerned. So larger visitation, road use, trail use, things like that. We use magnetic vehicle counters along the roads and infrared counters along the trails to try to get a good idea of where people are going. Again, this is by no means perfect. The data can be corrupted, and it's a best estimate. You know, we cannot get a perfect idea of the total number of people visiting the CMPA, but this gives us a good idea of where they're going. So as far as trails, I have all the trails that we maintain here listed. On the next slide, I go into some estimations for use. Again, these are estimates, these are infrared. I do manually go through the data myself because infrared, if a deer or a bird is near that counter, it's going to constantly pick up that animal over and over again. So I try to get rid of corrupted data and give you best information. Blitzen River Trail, which comes out of Page Springs, no surprise, that's by far the busiest trail. The gorges are both fairly busy. Pike Creek on the east side with the increasing use in the Albert, that is also a busy area. Followed by Levi Brinkley Trail, which comes out of Riddle Ranch, and lighter use at the Mud Ankle Creek Trail System and 3 Mile Trail. So total, we have just over 15,000 people hiking estimated. That doesn't include Wild Horse Lake. Because it's so exposed, there's really nowhere to put an infrared counter. I do have a road counter up there, but likely there's more than 15,000 people hiking within the CMPA or using horse and stock. As far as road use trends, again, this is an estimate. Out and back on the North Loop, we had over 12,000 counts, 5,000 on the South Loop. You know, likely down from last fiscal year, but it's tough to say because we don't know, you know, out and back versus now the full loop road is open. And it's a good indicator. We do expect this to increase next year with the full loop being open. As far as other roads, Wild Horse Lake, the Steens Summit Road, extremely busy. You know, so we're seeing more people just using that one little access road than using the entire South Loop this past year. Other areas that are really popular, dispersed areas, Lily Lake, obviously Riddle Ranch sees a lot of public visitation. Van Lake on the east side and Mooney Hill Road off the North Loop Road, all pretty busy. So this year, we did some volunteer stewardship projects. We continued a project with Onda's stewardship people. They sent a group of volunteers out and we continued some work on the Fred Riddle Trail. This is a trail that starts at either Cold Spring Road or the Glinson Gorge and works its way up and connects. And we saw some hikers on it while we were working, which is good. It's an area that was established in 2017, but didn't receive a lot of use initially. And then with the pandemic, we had to cancel some of those trail maintenance groups. So it got a little bit overgrown. So we're trying to reestablish that route. It provides some great trail connectivity for the backpacking community, people that like longer day hikes.
Do you have a counter on it now?
I don't have a counter on that one. I have one for the Blitzen Gorge.
Because I've never seen anybody, that's a pretty steep trail.
It is steep, but it's obviously very scenic.
Yeah, they don't look like teenagers, so.
Yeah, we had a good group, a good mix of people out there. So another 1.5 miles maintained. We hope to keep that project going next year. Eventually, it would allow people to do a loop up to Cold Spring Road, down either Nye or Wet Blanket Trail back into the Blitzen Gorge. So some additional opportunities for people. It's something that we want to market. You know, spreading people out along the trails is always good. I think that's part of the issue. People just don't.
Would that be suitable for horses?
It depends on how skilled the rider is, but definitely, I mean, you've ridden the Nye or Wet Blanket Trail, you know, those are not easy trails.
I get asked that question from the horse camp people, where can I go? And then this discussion.
Yeah, I would send them in gorges. That's
Yeah.
the most common. Don already touched on this, but obviously we had the loop road stabilization project. Rock spoil removal is complete, the road's open. We have some photos, these are from the contractor, and then we also have some drone shots from Gary Kegel, who's the camp host at Page Springs. He takes some great photos that are very helpful to us. So you can see the rope lines where they tied in their anchors, and we're manually scaling material off the face.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What is the latest scale material off of this?
they're prying it off, so they're either using rock bars or pneumatic pillows for moving material.
And it was all done manually.
Done manually.
Holy smoke.
That's wilderness land, actually.
So there is a 100-foot radial road buffer. The rock slide is kind of right at the edge of that, so we wanted to make sure to do our due diligence, because they did have to drill in some anchors in the wilderness to do the work. Like Don mentioned, they did not have to install any dowels, which is good. I think the boulders that they were, the ODOT people were concerned about came down naturally, or they were able to bring down by hand, which is good news. Not an exact number again, but they estimate 700 cubic yards of rock spoil. So a large amount of material. You can see from above just how much was brought down. And I think there was even more than this. This was kind of in the process when this photo was taken. So they had 14 cubic yard off-road dump trucks up there, and it took them 50 dump truck loads to haul that material off. So again, a lot of rock. So you can kind of see here, this was the problem area. This is where material dislodged. This whole slope had some large boulders that had the potential to come right down onto the road grade. So again, I think we made the right choice. I'm not excited that it took a while. I'm sure none of you are either, but we're glad that it's fully open. Obviously, it's extremely.
Another point on this too is that, I'm sure this won't be the last time we have this problem right here. It's gonna happen again. But now we have this NEPA in place. We can react faster. We won't need to do a full EA next time. We can do the minimal requirements analysis with the DNA, with determination of NEPA adequacy, and move forward faster. So I think Kyle's group did a good, so gave us a product with some value, not just now, but it's going to be valuable in the future too. So.
Where were they gonna bolt up by the salt up there?
So up here, there was some truck size or larger.
And that's in wilderness, isn't it?
It's right on the edge. So, we don't have, we didn't have a perfect measurement, but it was really right on the edge of that road buffer.
I think that was a better decision.
I'm glad it came down without having to put a bolt in.
People have asked me about it, and every time I tell them they're just gonna bolt the rock to the wall, and people just shake their heads.
There was one rock that had become detached from the column, and it was just kind of sitting and teetering back and forth, and it was just so large, they weren't sure they could bring it down by hand. That was what they were looking at bolting.
So did they push it over, or?
They were able to bring it down. Some stuff was coming down naturally, and the other stuff they were able to bring down themselves. And every year there's rock fall. It's not common for there to be an entire slope destabilized like this. So I would hope that we don't have a similar issue anytime soon. Our ops crew does a great job of cleaning up the rock every year that falls into the ditch line. And so hopefully nothing of this scale anytime soon.
What's the buffer? How many feet?
100 feet each side. Again, Don touched on this, trail management planning is ongoing. So we had a contractor that did route inventory in the field. This is an extremely experienced contractor, one that has been deposed numerous times. Made it through the court process. We're pretty confident in their ability. They also worked with us to do the internal route evaluation, where we sit in this room with field office staff and we talk about developing alternatives for each route, talk about the impacts to all resources. So an enormous amount of data was collected for that. The next phase would be a second contractor who is specialized in the technical writing aspect of all of this. They're going to be working with the BLM to host public meetings and then do the narrative write-up for each one of these routes. And this is close to 1,000 routes within the CMPA. So there's a lot out there, and that includes everything. Roads, unmaintained routes and WSA trails, it's all incorporated into that travel management planning process.
And then just a little more context on travel management. The whole reason we got here was because in 2015, we put out a decision that was litigated and taken to court. BLM the short to sum that up, we ended up in a settlement agreement that requires us to do a new round of travel management effort and address deficiencies with baseline data. So we needed more data collected on each road route to make the decision. So that's Kyle went forward with this contract and it requires the contractor to get a lot more information about these routes that we're evaluating now. And so I guess I just wanted to point out that there's a legal precedent or not, we're doing this to address something that's in a settlement agreement, is why we're moving forward with this in the time frame that we are. And that, you know, and it required us to collect more data than we've had in the past.
So this is why you're going back east, right?
I know.
There's issues no matter where you go.
Yeah.
That's why someone's trying to hide his bags.
Mike?
So now that you've got all this data, what's the point of getting all the data? What are we gonna do with it? Or what are you gonna do with it? Or I guess, what are we gonna do with it too?
So the data is incorporated into the narrative write-up.
Into the whoop?
And so they, you know, this is, right now, this is kind of a GIS exercise, and they have a database for each route with the data. So they're gonna take that and convert it into something written. So they're gonna say, having X, Y, and Z route open has the potential to provide landowner access, to allow the BLM to clean out water holes. It's within a few hundred feet of a sage-grouse line, whatever. All of that data is gonna be incorporated into the write-up to make the best decision, whether it's gonna be open, closed, or limited in the future.
It'll be a large need of that.
But
It will be.
But there's been two different settlement agreements that BLM has entered into in the CMPA that regarding travel management. The first one was burnt car, and we have this one. So there's some legal precedent being developed.
So is that sort of precedent that will settle the Cold Springs issue? Maybe.
We're continuing to work on it.
Yeah, that route was evaluated, and there's a range of alternatives proposed. And again, we've just done the internal route evaluation, so this is obviously a public process. You know, I would encourage everyone to be involved in that, and, you know, especially those at Middle Ranch, talk about your experience with Cold Spring Road.
And I think it'll be really important for SMAC to engage on this one. It's gonna be.
I do too.
You're gonna need a good recommendation for it.
We have to realize that those roads have not been maintained for a long time. And I went out with that crew for a little bit and this is a subject that everybody needs to be involved in wholeheartedly and get your constituents involved, and it's gonna affect, it doesn't matter which side of the use of roads you're on, this is gonna affect it for a long, long time. A lot of those roads are considered naturalized now.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be a strong argument. I'm not saying BLM's gonna be in this camp. There's gonna be a very strong argument that 80% of them are not even a road anymore. They don't exist. They're gone. So we'll go from hundreds of miles of road to.
Well, and we've already started looking at, during the evaluation, we were kind of looking at things in a spectrum, like Kyle said, we need, but like, you know, one where there's a lot more roads closed, all the way to one where almost all of our routes inventory were open. To give a decision maker a full range of options.
But even after the decision's made, that process will go on.
Yeah.
And you've got to be involved at the early stages of this process to defend your users' position. Every step of the way, be involved. Those roads, those wild horse lovers go down to watch horses, they better be there to defend them if they want to use.
I'm curious, is this, to me, this seems kind of a technology driven sort of thing. Is that true at all?
I think that's fair. There's some truth to that. Like Kyle said, it's a kind of a GIS exercise, so it's about mapping, establishing accurately where it's at, getting photo documentation, describing other resources that are in the vicinity of that route. What else is involved in that evaluation process, Kyle?
Sure, and something to note, I mean, the majority of these routes were field inventory, so there was a crew that were out. You know, if it was an established road that they could drive, they drove with a vehicle and mapped it that way. If it was a hiking trail, they hiked it. They couldn't get to everything. There was some landowner access issues, other things, but as much as they could possibly field inventory, they did, and they were required to take a photo point at least every mile, so you have a good idea of what it looks like. Obviously, that's just a snapshot in time. There is a seasonality component to these routes. We do have pretty good data. And something else to note, we're not just looking at known routes. Part of this is establishing new routes. You know, we did in our internal evaluation, we're proposing some potential new trail, potential new roads. You know, it's a mix. It's not just what we think is out there. There's potentially going to be some route closure, change in use level, maybe some opening of previous routes or even new routes.
On that question, I was looking at some coast and geodetic survey maps, old of the Riddle Ranch area before I ever went out there. And I saw old roads on the access road going into Riddle Ranch that are there. And I was just curious about them. And so it's just before the entrance, I walked down and looked at it, and you could see where the sagebrush was not growing for a road there.
Yeah.
So on that coastal geodetic survey map, a road existed. But on where you're going now with that, is that an existing road?
So we are examining previously closed roads.
Okay.
We don't publish previously closed roads on public maps because we don't want people to go out there. And
Yeah, I noticed that. I was curious. That's what got me. So I walked down.
You can see
Yeah.
historical routes, and you know, they've used LiDAR data and other methods.
Yeah.
They are still evident in some areas and being used. There's definitely some trespass.
So the question I had in my mind when I had hunters coming in and they wanted to know, they were all going up by the reservoir, and I said, all the hunters going by the reservoir, you might go the other way. And I mentioned that old road, and the guy said, oh yeah, I know what that is. So now I'm thinking maybe they're gonna drive out there with an ATV, and I should have never said anything. And is that starting to cycle all over again?
Yeah. I would say do your best to keep people
Oh.
routes. It's never gonna be perfect. We don't publish the closed roads. We would prefer people to stay on the closed roads.
Does the CMPA allow for provisions to create new trails?
It varies on the land designation. You know, the Wilderness Act is pretty strict about new developments within designated wilderness. And even a single track hiking trail is a development. That's why a lot of the routes, the trails within the CMPA are historical routes. But there are areas that people are using that are established trails. You know, an example would be the Headwall route that the running camp uses. That starts at the top of Big Indian Gorge and hooks into the Gorge Trail. That is not an established designated trail in the eyes of the BLM. People are using it. I think it would make sense to designate it long-term so we can use federal funds to maintain it. It's great trail connectivity. But it's not easy to get new trail developed. You know, we talked about the Penland proposed development and the difficulties with putting in a trail over there because that's designated wilderness. So it's definitely easier on multi-use land. But it's possible. It would just involve more environmental compliance within designated wilderness.
Wasn't that Riddle Trail established in recent times?
2017, yeah, fairly recent.
What was that?
Yeah. How'd you get away with that?
That went through a NEPA process. That was part of the comprehensive recreation plan. So that was an environmental assessment. That's the same document that allowed us to develop Pumpkin Trail and the Trail of 3 Mile.
Okay.
All right, so special recreation permits,
Can you back-
similar numbers.
Can you back up one, you went by it?
I'm gonna skip one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the question I had.
Okay,
We talked about this. We went and visited the sites. Is this a done deal now?
so the plan is, you know, you can see we have a sign, we've got materials for this. Right now, there's a lot of dispersed camps along Ridge Hill Road, so it's not really a great time for us to physically develop, but we do have plans with the local chapter of the Backcountry Horsemen to put in 2 to 3 stock sites in already disturbed areas along Ridge Hill Road. So you have a list here: rails, picnic tables, fire rings. We've got informational signs. We've got an entrance sign, hitching posts, an informational kiosk, and we're gonna be, our ops crew is gonna be installing a double cattle guard. Because if you've been to that area, you know that ingress and egress with a horse trailer is not easy. So we're gonna make sure that access off the North Loop Road is much wider. And then, hopefully sometime early next year, putting those sites in physically. And I think we're gonna start small. We know a lot of people use Moon Hill Road. I don't know how many stock people use it. I know during hunting season, you have people that try to get into the gorges from the north side. I think we would serve their needs, I would hope. But again, 2 to 3 sites to start with all the amenities. If there is a lot of use and demand to put in more sites, there's potential for that. And we're not gonna have things like a vault restroom or drinking water to start. But it's something that could be looked at depending on the popularity and need out there.
My question though is on the process. And maybe I don't understand the process, but we went out there last spring, I'm sure, wasn't it? Moon Hill?
This summer.
And we looked at this site, we talked about it, we've been kicking this around about the problem with the Page Spring campground, and then we looked at the other one on the other side, south. And so we were just talking about it, and now it's a fait accompli, right? That BLM has decided to go ahead and do it.
This is another project. I wish I.
This project has been added to our IRA, Inflation Reduction Act business plan. So I think Kyle purchased all these materials with those funds. We had a decision in that old 2015 comprehensive rec plan to work with.
Yeah.
The Backcountry Horsemen indicated support for this and actually preference for this over Penland. And so we're able to move a little quicker, but it's still going to be about funding availability and contractors availability, because we obviously don't have the ability to develop this ourselves. We have to.
So my question was more about SMAC.
But you guys did an official recommendation to make this the priority.
Did we do that?
You did.
Okay.
And as far as the environmental compliance, this is part of the comprehensive rec plan. So we've already done compliance for this.
I was just thinking of the wheel, but my apologies.
Mike?
Did we? My memory is starting to fail me, apparently. When we did the approval, was it for all of these sites, or thought it was just for the one that we had a little show and tell on?
You're talking about at Moon?
Yeah, Moon Hill.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it was progressively to adaptively manage it as the need arises.
This is consistent with our recommendation.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Penland, but obviously there were a lot of issues with that site. So we decided, I think, kind of as a group that.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's a great, I agree with it. I was just curious, did we say that?
I think we did about 15 or 20 years ago.
Yeah. Special recreation permits, similar numbers to last year. A lot of them are outfitter guides. We get birding tour groups, I'm pretty common. We get some outdoor education groups, things like that. One thing this year, unfortunately, because of the conditions and the smoke drift, the Steens Rim Run, a longstanding event, had to be canceled this year, but we hope that comes back next year. One thing I did want to mention while Don's here and while I'm still here, you have Tim, you take people out to the Kiger Mustangs annually, and you had expressed some concern over the horse gather. If there's the potential to work with the O'Crowleys a little bit with the Kiger gather scheduling to try to prevent impact to their operations, that would be great, because that July is kind of the height of their horse touring season. So anyway.
It wouldn't be bad, except for we book a year ahead. So all those people have already booked.
I know. And the thing I learned about the National Gather schedule this year is, like, we got pushed to the July timeframe because of all these other gathers that have to happen. So Beatty's Butte's in there. They want to gather Beatty's Butte at a certain time. So we don't get a lot of flexibility to gather when we, what's necessarily gather when it's best for Brand's district, I guess.
Well, with what we've understood so far, it doesn't ever happen on schedule, so it's probably gonna be a month or two back anyway.
It's very possible.
Okay, fair enough. So we didn't cancel it.
Just join in together, just put them to work.
Well,
Be real exciting.
As far as winter
not sure about
recreation,
that.
Hey, can you back up one?
Yeah.
Who knows what the green forage is in front of the sheep?
Oh, I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, it's red stem forage kosher.
They love that stuff.
One of the interesting things about that is it's the green stuff in the picture, right? Nothing else is green. And that's why those sheep will pull down next to the road right in that area, is because that kosher's growing.
And many of our ESR plans have included requests for kosher this year.
Antelope and sheep both just love that plant.
And jackrabbit.
I haven't noticed that as much.
right, winter recreation, we do check out keys for the north loop roadways to allow people to drive up the snow line. They can ski, they can snowshoe. We mark the snow poles up to the Cuyahoga Gorge overlook. We also allow limited snow machining, as long as they're on the road grade, not going off the road, they're allowed to do that. Increase from last year, we had 18 groups in the past year that checked out keys, and probably some more people that just walked in. So we do have year-round use, although it's pretty limited.
It's only in the north end.
On the other north end, correct. As far as trail work, we partner with the Northwest Youth Corps and the Idaho Conservation Corps to do some trail maintenance around the CMPA. We had 6 weeks of crews out this season. So we have some before and after shots. This is from the Blitzen River Trail. This here, I believe, is probably also the Blitzen River Trail. It's hard for me to tell these days. But they did work on the Blitzen River, the Wilderness Nature Trail, also out of Page Springs, and in the Blitzen Gorge, including the spur trails that come out of the Blitzen Gorge. That would be the Wet Blanket and Night Trail. So unfortunately, you know, we have more trail mileage than adequate resources to maintain every trail every year. But I try to send crews to the most damaged, most used trails first. Try to get the most bang for our buck. That's kind of our strategy with trail work. And Don mentioned we do have money from the Inflation Reduction Act specifically tied to youth and young adult involvement. And so there will be additional funding available for these types of agreements. So we hope to do more trail maintenance in the coming years. As far as some projects around the campgrounds, around CMPA, we did have some new signs delivered to try to make things a little bit more clear to the public. Some of our signs were pretty outdated, beat up, shot up, things like that. So we have these black signs that all developed campgrounds. We have the fees outlined and then some basic rules and etiquette for being a campground. So I think they've been pretty successful. Hopefully answered some of the public's questions. We also did some bird maintenance within the campgrounds, limbing up the campground loops, digging out all the fire pits, things like that. Things that just need to be done every year or two. Our road operations guys did a lot of good work within the Pitch Lake area. We have annual issues with our culverts being plugged and some flooding at some of those campsites. We were able to put in a new campsite right at the beginning of the campground loop. It's getting a lot of use, as you can see in the photo to the right, and that replaced some sites that are flooded out annually. We also are in charge of maintaining the no livestock grazing area. That's perimeter. So we did that again this year. We do not have a range rider currently, but we have an agreement with Forest Service, with Katie Parks-Locust, who was the former range rider here, came out for a couple weeks, did some work. We also had some local service contracts to stand up some letdown fence and make sure that perimeter is maintained.
Would the backcountry horsemen have any help on that at all, or you don't want to go there?
Potentially, I know the backcountry horsemen have done some packing work in the past. But we do have a new position description. I did get the range rider job reclassified. So we're able to offer it at a higher pay level as an animal packer job. And hopefully have that announced sometime this fall. You know, I'm leaving, so that'll be at Don's discretion, but there's already been some interest in filling that job permanently. So we're hopeful there. And having somebody dedicated to this project is really gonna help, instead of us doing it piecemeal every year. Having somebody out on the range, checking fence, maintaining as needed, would be great.
I've had people that run the ranch ask me if the barn is used, and I've been there when the range rider had come in with his gear and all that, and that opened up a whole new conversation about it. And, I said, call BLM if you want the job, but I guess nobody's ever called.
Well, part of the issue in the past was, you know, you have to get jobs that are old, reclassified. This is a really unique role within the agency, so we wanted to make sure that it's described accurately and paid accurately, because it is a difficult autonomous role where you're alone, you know, camping out with your stock in the wilderness. So we want to make sure people are paid for that unique skill set and can do a good job.
You bet, you like that one.
Yeah, if I was 40 years.
No, it's somebody's
younger, I'd
dream
love to have
job, that's for
that
Have you
sure.
tried doing it as a contract?
We have been, but some of this is extremely remote, and the quotes back we've got on contracts have been really high.
They took advantage.
you know. So we went back to looking at this position. Like Kyle said, it's difficult because it's gonna be animal caretaker, someone that takes care of a pack string, someone that can pound, and then someone that can maintain fence as well. And, you know, so
What
it's not,
salary range would it be?
Trying to think of what a wage grade 8 would be. Is that a GS10?
something like that.
Probably 60K starting.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, next time you want to get rid of a buckaroo, send them this way.
I'm not gonna tell them about it. Anyway, I have one thing now, so. That job, the employee, does the government own the horses and the animals, or will the employee own them? What tools does the employee need?
That would be a discussion. In the
Yeah.
past, the government did have some stock, but those animals aged out of that, and we're not, you know, able to do the work.
So if the
So we're
individual
considering
supplied-
both options now, Stacy.
Yeah, if
It
they
could be
supplied their
government
stock,
or
would
it
they
could
be paid additional?
We would have to do a rental agreement, some sort of lease agreement with them.
Yeah.
for their stock.
The guys that I saw, it was their own gear, and they didn't look like they were ex-buckaroos.
But if they supplied their stock and tools, it would be a rental agreement and additional revenue. Good job. And it'll be a year-round job now.
Not quite year round. I mean, as long as, you know, when things get snowed out, it would probably be a short-term layoff. You know, so probably 8 or 9 months of guaranteed work. You
And
know,
employment would pick them up for 3 and then go back to work the next year. Automatic rehire?
We're also thinking maybe they can pitch in, help them with wrangler work up at the corrals in
Yeah.
the off season.
it would be a
There's
permanent,
things they could do.
permanent position, but with the subject of furlough. As far as other projects, you know, we did have some additional funding. You know, our issue here is not with money, it's with staffing and labor. So we did make some material purchases. We did get some new mowers that are gonna help maintain our developed sites. We're looking at getting a second boat dock, watercraft launch for Fish Lake on the far side of the lake. I think there's a real need for that, and there's been a lot of interest. Potentially some site improvements at Fish Lake that would allow us to furnish a camp host. The North Loop is an area where we don't have a whole lot of public interaction, just because we don't have people out there frequently outside of our maintenance staff. So we're looking at that. We do have Inflation Reduction Act funds directly tied to recreational development. So we got a lot of supply and material purchases, particularly for the Moon Hill equestrian development, informational signs, kiosks, try to get better maps and public information for people when they're out there. And also this will help support labor crews, the trail maintenance, campground maintenance, things like that. So great resources, looks good for the future. Not within your purview necessarily, but I know there's interest in the happenings on the Albert Desert. We did issue a trash contract this year. So we do have an enclosed dumpster that we are paying for out there to try to mitigate resource impacts that way. We have that serviced between the spring and the fall. We're in the busy season. Unfortunately, somebody stole my vehicle counter out there. So I do not have, and I don't know why anybody would want that. They took it. So I don't have great data for this year. But we do send maintenance staff out there pretty frequently. Still fairly busy, maybe a little bit down from last year, but not by much. You know, last year we had close to 18,000 vehicle counts on the public access road, and then probably another few thousand through the private access. So still a busy spot, but we haven't had as much issues, I don't think. I haven't had as many calls about issues on the Albert, so we hope that things are looking good going ahead. We also do have the ability in the BLM to solicit donations. Obviously, these are all voluntary. The people who are dispersed camping out there and want to put a few dollars in the slot, we can use that money to go into the additional ball toilet pumping that we need to pay for. So it's an area where we're seeing tens of thousands of visitors annually, but there is no direct revenue tied to that. So we're spending tens of thousands of dollars annually to have all toilets maintained and pumped, and trash service. Trash service that remote is another 10,000 or more dollars a year. So people pitching in a little bit really helps us provide those services. And it's an area where maybe we would look at doing some sort of sticker fee, dispersed camp fee, a few dollars that would just help fund those services that help prevent, you know, resource issues, public dumping, things that we've seen before we put in.
It's my understanding that BLM put in the vault toilets at Fields, is that true?
So those, yeah, that was an agreement with the business owners there long before my time.
Well, I just wondered if there's a lot of traffic that goes through there, there'll be another place to collect money. If, but maybe BLM doesn't own those, I don't know.
Kind of long-term, what our vision was, is we want to do this, I call it the East Steens Recreation Area Management Plan. And that would allow us to develop a sticker system to kind of collect fees at that site, or maybe at Frog Springs. And do some other things in terms of, just do some other, make some other changes out there because of the increasing, recreational use on the playa, and especially for the large events and gatherings that are happening there. There's just some, we need to start looking at the future and how we want to manage it and control, you know, put some parameters on how we want that area to be used if we don't want to.
So does BLM maintain those at Field, pays for it?
We maintain that.
What's a sticker system?
So a sticker system would basically be, and we'd have to, you know, work out the details in the analysis, but you come in, get a sticker, you pay for a sticker, and that allows you to go out and fly around on the plane.
Come into the office here.
Yeah.
And get a sticker.
Or somewhere
Or on
else.
site. I mean, we have credit card processing machines. I'll get to that in a little bit, but something where you would pay, and you do like something you would hang in your dash, or a sticker, something that says you paid to spend the night, and that money would go into pumping.
Because we're spending a lot of money there right now maintaining this, that is not, that those funds are not coming from that site, and they should be. They should be
It's
monetized.
basically a campground at this point, you know, except for water.
What about the dumpster? There used to be an open dumpster there. Now it's a closed.
I put in, so we were paying piecemeal to have it serviced, and I was kind of breaking our contract with those. So I had to get it under contract, and an issue with the open dumpster, something's blowing out, ravens, crows getting in there, there was a lot of issues, so we stipulated they have to supply their own enclosed dumpster, which people still aren't using all the time. Try as best we can. No surprise here. Yeah,
That went out for bid, did it?
it did, yeah, and we did get a local.
Local company got the contract.
Yep. You know, no surprise here, but recreation is extremely important. particularly to rural economies. So this is just a report that talks about recreation and travel spending. This is for Harney County specifically. They estimate over $27 million in direct spending in 2023. So very important. This again, this is an economic firm that does this breakdown. This is what they estimate to be person or party spending. So people coming out, particularly to the CMPA, it's a long way out there. People are staying for a few days. They're spending a great deal of money, whether it's gas, whether it's supplies, whether it's local lodging, very important. Takeaways, travel management, we're making progress. Obviously, it's a very complex area. It's going to take some time, but the inventory and evaluation are nearly complete. The Loop Road is fully open. We're very excited about that. I'm very excited about that. Glad we can tell people that. As far as priorities for the future, we have additional money tied to recreation and development. So we have signs, trail, campground improvements on the horizon and some additional money and labor to do those things. So Don touched a little bit on this. And I don't mean this slide to be an excuse at all. We want to get things done, but this is kind of a reality of where we're at with our hiring for the recreation TO. So I will be here another couple days, moving to another position with the BLM. I'll still have the same contact. So if I can help in any way in the transition, keep some of these projects going, I'm more than willing to help with that. And we do have some selections made for some new outdoor recreation planners. So we're in the process there. Obviously we have a lot of vacancies, but we are in the process of filling a lot of those vacancies. So we're hopeful by next season we'll have some additional planning support, some additional rec maintenance, and hopefully an animal packer. So kind of a tough year for us as far as people leaving. We tried to keep things afloat as best we could with our limited staff, but things are looking good for the future. We have a lot of interest in our vacancies. So we were also able to bring on a new position, also funded by the Inflation Reduction Act. Casey Dooms started just this week as a recreation park ranger. So out here, we're kind of unique compared to other offices in that we have maintenance workers who are out in the field all the time, blue collar work, and we have planners that are in charge of the planning, the technical writing, handling agreements and contracts. But we don't have kind of an in-between. So Casey's role is going to be kind of helping with both office and field work, and kind of being in a developmental position. So we're excited for him. Glad to have some more support out here. Any questions about how we're set up, hiring, things like that?
I have maybe a question, maybe a comment for you. I presume this is Page Springs, this thing?
Yes.
You got a lot of information on this. I drove out this morning from the South Steens, and I get questions all the time about the rules. Can I park here? Can I drive there? Is this road open? We have a little bit at Riddle Ranch, but there's nothing on that South Steens entrance like this at all that says, and I noticed today, of course, the sign is down that the loop road is closed, so that's down, but there's no other information.
So we have that same information at the campground. So at South Steens Campground.
Oh, it is at the campground? Okay.
We do try to post those things. That South Steens entrance kiosk has been a target for a lot of vandalism.
Okay.
We used to put out like brochures, handouts, and we throw in the weeds.
Yeah.
We had signs. Even there's a little wrought iron thing that says Loop Road status, open, closed.
Yeah, I saw that.
Somebody stole that.
I wondered why it was wrought iron.
We think it's somebody that probably lives in that area and has a beef with us.
Because there's a lot of open questions about roads, campsites, can I go here, can I go there? And I give the answers that I know.
Yeah.
They may not be right.
We try to get as much as we can online, and we have front desk staff that can field those questions if they want to call.
Cause right now it looks like, welcome, do what you feel like doing.
And you know, this is something we can talk about a lot.
I know you
I
hate
can-
science.
I
I
just
agree
think,
with
you know, like Stacy said, there was a decision not to make this a national monument.
Yeah,
So the Steens is, it's a different kind of unit and you have to do some investigation and do some work yourself to get the information you need. We're not gonna like put signs interpreting everything, telling everybody what they can and can't do.
yeah, I
They're
agree
kind
with
of-
that.
They're kind of it's a different area. They need to get that information before they go. There's some areas where we're obviously gonna put more of a BLM presence and information there, but not everywhere across that landscape.
Yeah, when you drive in there, you go by the Bird Car Road, that looks like a road that people use. And then there's other two tracks that go places, and what are the rules? Can I drive in there with my big expensive RV and park at the side of the road, you know? And
Yeah,
it's
so
getting a little bit
We'll
worse.
definitely take SMAC input on how to do it, but.
Yeah, and they can use roads. I mean, we do put up the brown carcinite signs on roads that have been legally closed.
Yeah.
You know, those things are frequently
Stolen,
stolen,
shot up,
destroyed, but we do our best to keep that information updated.
Yeah, so you said, intentionally, people are not being provided with all this information when we go to Steens. Yeah, it's their responsibility to dig it up themselves. Does that really serve the best interests of people visiting the place and the BLM?
I think it's a discussion. I mean, when I said that, I should have said that's my view of the Steens. So it's definitely a discussion to have. I think the SMAC has a role in kind of helping us with that. So.
We do try to provide information at the developed area. So all the campgrounds have information. They each have their own websites, all trailheads. I post maps, I post written trail descriptions with photos. You know, we cannot oversign the wilderness, but we do want to provide information. Another project that is going to be ongoing is putting some low impact routed juniper directional signs on the trails because people are getting lost at some of the trail intersections. So just a small wood sign tacked to a tree that says this trail continues this way, this trail continues that way. Basic information, but not be heavy-handed.
What I see at Riddle Ranch is people come from the Willamette Valley. They've driven all day. And the answers to their questions may be at the front desk here, but by the time they get here, the front desk is closed or whatever. And so they have no information. They can't go online. There's no, internet out here. So they don't know, and there's no place to get information other than people like myself. And we don't want to have the world run on my information.
Yeah.
I know.
People do need to try to plan ahead a little bit. We do
Yeah.
the best we can. Information.
There's a happy medium in there somewhere, Jake. I'm not.
Mike,
Maybe just a small suggestion is, do some self-advertising out in front here.
Well, that's
Get
what I
your,
was
get
going
your
with,
Steens
yeah.
Mountain information here, folks, and have one of these great big guys waving like that.
And the image.
Get their attention as they
A
drive.
Steens
past.
mascot?
Yeah, a Steens mascot or something like that.
Have it look like Don and blow up and swing at people.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest it look like Stacy, because he's been here long.
No one would stop. This topic has been, I won't let you say it's just your opinion, because this topic's been talked about in this committee a number of times. And every time the committee will always come back, in the past, we would come back and say, no signs, minimal information, keep it natural. It's a land of discovery. That's what the committee's has been in the past. Now,
The problem is there's more people.
I know. I like the approach like how Stacy
Yeah, I do
described
too.
it, but I do recognize time to change too.
Yeah.
we can
So
pick it up as a committee.
I mean, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean that we can't have informational resources and keep it rustic up on the mountain. The information maybe is gathered here on the way. Maybe that is a good idea. Maybe there is a sign as you pass through that says, stop the BLM.
If you're going to the Steens, stop here and learn about it.
Right.
Or in French Fly.
Yeah.
There's probably a smart approach that we could take.
There's some information signs right across from the hotel in French Glen. Cooperate with the refuge and put some stuff up there because a lot of people stop in town before they go up, so.
You could have a sign in front of your place. You can make a few bucks if they stop in and talk to you.
Well, I'm not, don't have the right personnel.
I mean, one concept was to have a big sign right in French Glen that said, there are no signs on the mountain. Stop here for your map and brochure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your only guide for information on the mountain.
Yeah.
Just a QR code.
We actually kind of wrote the brochure up for
I mean, and now, I mean, people can get Onyx and everything on their phones. Everyone has some sort of mobile device. They can get a lot of information just on that.
But as we've discussed, that
Yeah.
sometimes the information they get is wrong.
Now we just need to have a big sign in French Glen that says, there is no signs on the mountain. Scan this QR code here
There you
for
go.
your information.
That's true, you could.
Hire a guide. He's in the French Glen Hotel.
The reality is too, that people coming out to Steens to have fun and go out there for the first time. Sure, they can dig up all this information, but sometimes, you know, you've had a busy week, they can work at the last second. You get out there, you're not really prepared the way that you wish you.
That's what I hear all the time
Yeah.
at Riddle Ranch.
You're just coming out, you're just winging it.
I know, but I do think it's important, like Stacy said, the Steens is supposed to be different.
Sure.
And we want to keep it a little bit different, so I don't want to make it into a.
Yeah, it's not a resort.
I do have one small recommendation.
Sure.
And you said you redid the signs at the campgrounds.
When-
I'm not sure
Yeah.
if you included information. I just noticed this past summer when I camped at Jackman. And I noticed officially too, that there's potable water at those places. But there's nothing on the sign about that, if I remember correctly. Like the Fish Lake, the pump is kind of in this obscure location. And I don't think there's any information on the kiosk that tells people like, if you need drinking water, you can find it here with a little map.
Okay,
Or even a sign at the pump saying this is potable water. You can drink this.
So I do post the campground maps on the kiosk that do show the locations, the water, but it's not clear.
Okay, then maybe it's already there. I'm mistaken. It would be nice to have maybe a plaque on the pump itself, though, that says like.
Well, at Riddle Ranch, the safety guy came out and put a sign on the other two frost freeze across the river. And they're the ugliest things, but I think it prevents a lawsuit against BLM, not potable water that's hanging on. It's the same water I drink, but it's a big ugly sign over there, as well as a big sign in the bridge that shows a rattlesnake. There are snakes here. And I agree, I kind of lean towards Don about too many signs. There are rattlesnakes everywhere once you leave Bend, you know. But
It's a balancing act, for sure.
yeah,
Any other questions?
The potable water discussion. We have mountain bikers using the greater areas more and more and more. And I don't know, I have mixed emotions on how to handle the potable water situation, but there are people who get pretty thirsty.
All campgrounds have
both sides.
tested drinking water, and they're labeled well house, and they have a spigot.
We could moderate the population that comes out by removing the signs and let nature take its way.
I just think we don't blade the road anymore.
Yeah. Things went to hell and they improved the Brewster Combe Road, as Alan well knows.
Did you have any more questions for Kyle for his last hurrah?
Kyle, a lot of good work, thank you.
Yeah,
I mean,
Appreciate
a
that.
lot of, a good presentation, but beyond that, the amazing amount of work you've accomplished is,
Yeah.
noticed and appreciated, and I'm grateful.
Well, I appreciate that. It's good to know all of you and work with all of you. It's great to work in a place with so many people passionate about an area. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I have one comment from Harlan. I don't know if you'll be here for comments from Harlan. You might give Kyle Warner, Burns Beyond Rec specials kudos for a smooth facilitation of the annual authorization permitting process.
All right, well, I actually sent Harlan an email this morning. It's supposed to you, so.
Well, the chair will entertain a motion to give Kyle a hip hip hooray. Is there a motion to that effect? So moved. Second? All right, hip hip hooray.
Thank you, Kyle. All right, we can pause for a little bit to gather and eat some lunch. So if you brought your own, you can collect that. If you ordered one ahead of time, they're back there in those boxes. And we will rejoin this session here in a little while.
Sure.
Maybe. There, yeah.
Recording stopped.
Stop.
Oh,
Great.
Yeah, something like that. You can train it. I mean, I think with this whole discussion, I work at. Highly regulated. Laws. Go to jail.
Right.
Recording in progress.
Working lunch and now we're working.
We are. All right, so we are back in action. And our next topic on the agenda is an update on our Inflation Reduction Act projects with our IRA coordinator, Kala. And you've heard Dawn and Kyle both referred to some IRA funding and the way that's been expended a little bit already. But Kala will give you a full update with where we're at on some other things.
Yep. Hi, good afternoon. So I did do an update in June. And Kyle and I kind of focused on a couple of IRA projects in our presentations. So this one will be kind of an extension of that. We'll be talking about a couple of other projects and doing a little bit deeper dive on a couple of those. Do I change slides?
I will, but just hold that thought for 1 second.
Are we missing somebody?
Well,
Right here. Okay, so we're starting.
Hey, Brandon, get in there.
Yeah. Let's do that. Throw that out there.
Uh-oh.
that's okay, they'll get it, they can find it. See, sit on. Yes,
I'll wait till he comes back.
all right. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the project list for the IRA project. So, we kind of working my way through some of these. So we talked a lot about Page Springs near NEPA in the June meeting. We also talked about the North Steens campground project, how it focused on that a lot in June. So in this update, I'll be doing a quick overview on several of these and then asking for some more specific input on the Steens no livestock grazing area fence. So as of September, the fence line inventory on the most problematic areas on the Steens NLGA fence was completed through HDP High Desert Partnership and the ACE program, which is the American Conservation Experience Internship Program. So the fencing contract will be based on that data that was collected, as well as the NEPA analysis that was completed in 2017. Listed that here. It's called the Steens No Livestock Grazing Area Fencing Environmental Assessment. So based on more recent information, we are proposing to do a determination of NEPA adequacy. And this is what allows for new decisions based on previous environmental analyses where those might be appropriate, where they're consistent with the EA. So this can be written for effects that were analyzed in the EA, but might not have been included in a previous decision. And so I'll be talking about 2 of those for that determination of NEPA adequacy. And that's the Steens Summit and some equipment that may be used to repair the fence line. So starting out with Steens Summit fence line. The proposed action was analyzed but not included in the decision is to adapt the fence line to reroute it around a high snow load area. So in the decision, it was to be adapted after monitoring an experimental design for 2 years. Currently, the engineer's opinion, they reviewed that description of the experimental design and found that it might not be as resilient to a high snow load and that the preferred option may in fact just be to reroute that fence line around the high snow load area. So the fence reroute would mean 0.8 miles of new fencing, and it would exclude approximately 56 acres of the NLGA from the fenced area. This area is a weak spot. Cattle often walk over the snow berms that are topping the fence. And so fixing it would ensure that the other 97,000 acres of the no livestock grazing area are protected.
Is that the blue?
Yeah, sorry, I should be walking through the map. So this is this reroute area around this low spot, that valley. Where the high snow load happens.
And that's Kiger going north there.
Yeah, sorry, this is the Kiger Summit, so like right at that corner is the Kiger Summit.
And this has been going on for, right, I remember Rhonda talking about this,
It has
and
been
laying
going
it
on.
down and.
And the only difference here is that in that EA, like Calla said, the EA described it that we would attempt this other design that was gonna withstand snow loads better. When Calla looked into this and we got some engineering advice, they said, you know, it's really not worth your time to develop this. So what we're proposing is to move forward without attempting that experimental design and just change the location of the fence, which that's described in the EA, but we're not doing it exactly as they originally envisioned it. So she's kind of describing our different approach in this DNA document.
Yeah, the reroute was fully analyzed in the EA, but it wasn't in the decision on that EA. So the second is to use equipment, certain equipment to repair the fence line. So in the EA, the equipment that is described is machinery or motorized equipment. It doesn't specify what that is. But then in the original decision, it describes the equipment as four-wheel drive vehicles or UTVs, ATVs. So the minimum requirements decision guide, which is an assessment of proposed tools that could be, are required to complete an action, and how that rates or aligns with the Wilderness Act, or the tenets of the Wilderness Act. Using the MRDG allows managers to make appropriate and defensible decisions, about, you know, different actions that are taking place in a wilderness area. So both skid steers and bobcats were included in that MRDG, but the original decision described the equipment in that other way with the ATVs, UTVs. So the DNA would, you know, would take the analysis and would potentially include in that new decision the use of a skid steer to complete some of the fence line repairs. So I just wanted to make sure that we stopped and ask any questions, concerns, or otherwise about those two proposed actions being incorporated into a DNA for the fence line replacement and repair with the livestock grazing area.
Is the NLGA, is it within the wilderness boundary?
It's within the wilderness boundary.
Yes.
My memory tells me this has been a long time ago since we talked about this, but this was the permittee's recommendation way back then. I remember that.
To reroute the fence line, it was, and we've met with them more recently and it still is.
Do you expect anything as far as pushback, since you are changing from the original?
Calla has met with some of the wilderness advocates, and she can tell you about more.
Yeah, so we have met with people that originally were identified as being concerned about this, particularly the Steens Summit fence line reroute, and currently they're not concerned about it.
We could probably find 56 acres of land to trade, if you need it. If it's a no net loss situation.
So there have been other areas along the sharp fence line that have been adjusted slightly, and that has actually made up for some of the acreage that might be lost.
Already traded out.
Steens Summit reroute. Yeah, so it's already been done that way. So I'll move on to Page Springs Weir. So just a reminder, yeah, this is great. Near French Glen, Oregon is the upper segment of the Donner and Blitzen Wildland Scenic River. Project area is in a red band trout reserve in the Steens Mountain Wilderness. It was designated by the Steens CMPA, the Steens Act, excuse me, that, and the Steens Act calls for the removal of the weir. So currently, we're working on cooperative agreements with ODFW and Fish and Wildlife Service. Those are ready to be signed. This will allow the BLM to really engage closely with those partners, and they can just engage very directly. So they're able to help with NEPA process, including drafting of those documents. So eDNA is environmental DNA, and that can be collected directly from a water body and then used to detect the presence of certain species if you have an assay for that species. So we're using some previously collected eDNA samples to detect for, there's 5 species that we're using that eDNA to detect for, including Western Ridge mussel, which is proposed for listing. So we're just kind of doing an assessment of the water body and learning more about what's there. There'll also be 2 invasive species that are tested for as well. There'll be quagga and zebra mussels and New Zealand mud snail. So we're just laying the groundwork. So work is ongoing to determine the best route of mitigating for the removal of the historic structure. So right now the plan sits with completing a state level historic assessment. And we're working on, agreeing upon that route with the State Historic Preservation Office. We also hired 2 experienced service program members. So those are retired federal employees generally, and they will join the IDT team to support the NEPA work. And they have a really strong background. One is Scott Lightcap. He is the Oregon-Washington State Fisheries biologist, or was when he retired. And the other is Mary Emmerich, and she worked for the Forest Service as their recreation planner. She also did like regional program manager work. So has a really strong background in wilderness and WSR. And she worked here. And she works here, so she's familiar with the area.
What are they looking at for a route, an old road that they can photograph the remnants of it out on?
That may be one of the proposed actions. And there is a relic access route that we've had trouble identifying exactly where that route starts and ends, but and a relic, yeah. So it would have been probably created when the weir was put in.
Oh, and just usually have an established existing historic road.
That could be one of the proposed.
So they haven't resolved it, because there was some bizarre proposal. Somebody had suggested a helicopter and bringing it out in pack trains, and I can see this going on forever.
Yeah, I think that you just have to look at the full suite of proposed actions and determine what is feasible.
It's a big engineering puzzle on how exactly to do it, Jake.
Well, they had a road to build it, right?
Well, except that route may not be completely available to us anymore, because it's,
Yeah. The
so-
river has shifted
shifted. Oh, I
in
see.
its original channel, and that has kind of obliterated.
So that is the real hang up on this, going forward with this project. How do you access the project?
How do you most effectively do it and protect the values that are there while doing it? That's the question.
And my recollection is, it hasn't gone any further than the last time we talked about this.
Actually, I think she's gonna,
Well, I was thinking about the decision about how to get the road, which road to use or all of it.
And it's not necessarily just about, I mean, I think that the road is one of the proposed actions, and there may be like a suite of other things that.
I even heard a suggestion about helicopter lifts in it. Good God. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
I've worked on it for 25 years, and they've actually made more progress in the last year than in the previous 24, so.
Thanks, Tala.
I think we should just find the guy who said the weir should go and let it go at that. I'm sorry.
So thank you for making progress in the last year.
Yeah.
Okay, trails. I think Kyle's already talked quite a bit about this project. This is also an IRA funded project. So There were trail crews here hosted by the district for 7 weeks. They did a lot of trail improvement. Did a fantastic job. I went out and saw some of their work and spent some time with them, and it was a great group. So really proud of that one. So Mud Creek area restoration. So the restoration work here would include 490 acres of phase 2 juniper removal. We'd be looking at augmenting existing sagebrush plantings because there just isn't a lot of overstory vegetation in this unit, mainly because of the Granddad fire from 2006. We have 8,000 acres of invasive grass treatment, aerial treatment proposed, as well as some data collection, and that would be for cultural and natural resources. We may be doing some Oregon rangeland monitoring program data collection, as well as an archaeological school to determine what kind of resources we're working within. And then any of that work that can be completed through Oregon youth or tribal youth programs, ideally would be. So with the IRA funding, we have a 15%, ideally a 15% obligation to youth funded or youth programs. So we want to try and do some of this work in that way to enhance youth engagement and natural resource management. So this is a new project that we recently added to the roster. So this is a Trout Creek virtual fence project. So we're doing that in collaboration with Oregon Desert Land Trust, the ranchers that graze that property, as well as the Nature Conservancy. And using virtual fence technology is a new and up and coming technology. I think probably many of you are already familiar with this. But it's a way to be precise, but also flexible in your grazing management. And so there's this 500,000 acre public-private working ranch, and they would be using those collars on cattle to subdivide large pastures, do veg management, and create a case study and share those lessons. And the interesting aspect of this is the high topography area. So it'll really test the system, and I think it'll yield some interesting results that hopefully others will be able to take up and use in the future.
Is there a source on those collars? I'd like to read some more about it. This just sounds amazing to me. Is there a company that does that, or?
Half a dozen companies, just look them up on there.
Oh, really?
Vents, you start with VENCE, vents. That's California stuff.
Oh, okay.
This is Trout Creek Mountains on some.
The Pueblo is more than.
Yeah.
So
I was, and I think, who's the Nature Conservancy contact? I forgot his name.
Garth Fuller.
Garth Fuller. Anyways, he told me that this will be one of the largest pilot projects involving virtual fence that's been done to date. And so it's like Cal said, 500,000 acres. So it'll be interesting to see how this works at scale. So this came from our IRA funding. We funded, they submitted or we responded to a NOFO, a grant, and we funded it with IRA dollars. So I'll be interested to see how well it works.
That ranch does have a permit in the Trout Creeks, but it's primarily with Pueblos and West. So I'm not sure which pastures they'll use. So I said it'd be the Pueblos. It could be partially Trout Creeks as well.
So next we have the North Steens campground, and Cal might have also mentioned this one already, so I'll kind of breeze through, but this is like the Moon Hill campground area. So most of the material supplies have been purchased to develop those equestrian sites. And then I anticipate that there'll be probably several collaborative work days in the spring and summer of next year to go ahead and install those campsite components that are listed.
Was this the site that we visited a while ago that had the pond in it that was seasonal, but no other water? Did you ever solve the water issue?
I can't remember where that is.
So I think the current plan right now would be to determine the level of use, and if it is determined to be necessitating water, potable water. We look at doing, excuse me, like a cistern system in the area.
Got drilled there, right, a couple years ago, your own place is that.
Start a drilling program like the North Steens campground.
Well, we've tried to put wells in here like 2 different times,
Yeah.
come up empty.
Well,
So I don't know if we're gonna try that again. That seems to be
Got all those casings lying around.
yeah, we do. But
So with the equestrian campgrounds, or if you don't have a horse trailer, you're not allowed to camp there. Is that the way it works?
no, it's,
You can ride in.
Well,
It also
I
isn't
mean,
exclusively equestrian. Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the 3 separate camps that were in that site on Tuesday when I drove through looking for dead deer
no,
you might get some angry phone calls if somebody's deer camp is.
no, anyone can camp there. We're just trying to develop more a little more, campgrounds that have more equestrian facilities. So,
We want more people like this.
I have heard
I enjoy it.
I have heard when I always tell, like this morning, I took a tour through the equestrian campground to see, and there was one tent in there with no indication that it was a horse camp. But I had heard that the backcountry horsemen have financially contributed, or at least effort to building of that campground. And
which one?
the South Steens.
They have contributed in, like labor. They've helped install.
Because I one time a while back, and then I thought I should mind my own business, but I went in and talked to somebody, and I had given them the speech that the backcountry horsemen had been instrumental in building this campsite, and if they came in here and you have the best campsite, they may just tie off their horses to your tent pole. But I mean, if there's any truth to what I was talking about, that they were contributing factors to it.
I think they've been contributing factors, that's for sure. And also, I mean, this is one of the reasons what Lee was just talking about, the use of equestrian sites by non-equestrians. That's one of the reasons we did not choose to move forward with Penland. Because we just started looking at it thinking, this is gonna get swamped by all of the use that's happening at Alvord. And then, it turned out the backcountry horsemen were more interested in the North Steens anyways, so it just made more sense.
Pretty much everything on BLM will always be first come, first use, right? Meaning you won't just exclusively say it's just for horses.
Well, I would think if the campground in the South Steens is filled and you started to camp on the horse campground and horse people came in, they couldn't find a spot. There might be a range war of some sort, but I don't ever see both of those campgrounds getting filled.
I don't think so either. I don't think South Steens is used that heavily by any,
During hunting season now, I've only seen one horse camper in there. Ever since I've been there since the first of October. It's a shame, but I'm okay with that.
Any other questions, comments? Well, thanks for listening. Thanks for all the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you must ride horses.
I do.
Good for you.
It's so fun when we're ahead of schedule.
We can change that.
I bet, yeah. All right, so we have half an hour that we can start some conversation before we break for public comment. And then we really have the rest of the afternoon to decide what we want to talk about besides after reasonable use. So we could start that right now, if we want to open that up, Mike.
Well, as I promised everybody, when I sent out the memo, that I had pretty much said all I needed to say for preliminary remarks in the memo, the discussion paper that I sent out. I don't know that everything that I've said is correct. I've tried to, in doing the reworking of, well, first I want to start off by saying that I think that the committee that did the 2020 draft did an excellent job and provided me with a substantial foundation for taking off from where I did. And it was actually Butch and me who did it. We had, Butch and I were on the opposite sides of several fences. We had some robust discussion regarding it, but as I explained in my memo, I was doing what I was doing in order to try and tighten things up to make it adhere as closely as possible to the Steens Act. And still come out in roughly the same place where the 2020 committee came out, because I think that the 2020's overall recommendation was pretty good. And so that's where I came out. But you're all cogent, cognitively bright people with literary abilities, and you could read. And I don't think I really need to say anymore. I'm happy to answer questions. And I certainly would like to open up for discussion and actually by a phone call from a couple of days ago, Butch and I talked, and I think Butch wanted to maybe make some opening remarks about this if you still do.
Yeah, I still do. First, I think a shout out to Mike. He's done a hell of a job. He's worked really hard on this. We had our back and forth and our disagreements, but a lot of time went into this, and he in particular is trying to do what's right. And it might not be perfect, but that's what this is all about, is trying to come up with some kind of a consensus. The other piece to it is that apparently I'm a bit of a lightning rod. And so I told Mike that I'm gonna step aside from being on the subcommittee. Hopefully there'll be some other people that'll fill in that slot or slots, okay? If this conversation goes forward. I'm still going to be active in the conversation, but I'm no longer gonna be on that subcommittee. I think that might help a little bit in this process.
And Jake, you sent around an email at some point, raising something and
Is that highlighted there?
no, this is something else that's highlighted. I'm just getting organized here.
I just had a concern, given the nature of living through those years without a quorum. And I was concerned that maybe this was a bigger and more involved task that this group was able to come up with a solution really quickly with. But then I read your piece and I realized the timeline on this thing has been a long time. And I'm in agreement with what you said. I had a question, but it was more of the interpretation. You may have used the wrong, put a knot in someplace, but no big deal. But yeah, I had a concern that this could just drag on forever and ever and ever, and that we needed to go forward with it. And I was concerned about just the viability of our group. But I think by you doing your lawyerly studies on it and coming in, it's very succinct and clear to me now that it makes sense. So, and I guess what I sent to Mike got, I don't care, it didn't matter to me, but inadvertently got sent to everybody because of that. So I was basically sort of giving up on it and saying that this is beyond the scope of what this committee is capable of, but now I disagree with myself.
Well, Mike, thanks for working on that. I think I'm the only one here that was on that original 2020 document committee.
And if I recall correctly, when I sent out a memo, you sent one back to me saying you'd rather poke your eyes out. Then
I did.
be on that subcommittee, and so.
This process reminds me an awful lot about, because I've been involved with rulemaking on a couple of statutes and this process is kind of very similar to that we're trying to define rules that, so the statute says reasonable access for reasonable use. Well, what does that really mean in actuality and rule? And so, I know that we had many discussions between the four of us that were on that committee regarding, what's reasonable use, what's access, and what should it be. We eventually punted on, but I don't think Teresa was always in agreement with this. But we basically didn't punted is not the right word, but decided that, the Harney County land use laws would probably be the best way to determine, okay, what's going to be approved for use as a dwelling or any kind of development on that property. And that would have to get permitted through that process anyway. And so, and through that process, plus keeping in mind in the act that we don't want to encourage development that's not in character with the mountain. I think that the statute says words or something to that effect in there. And this topic was, when I first joined the group, when there wasn't a quorum, was around a SMAC recommendation early on that said, well, the least impactful solution or the recommendation from the committee for the nature's advocate access issue was to build a short section of new road off of another road. Now, there's least impactful to the overall area, but there's also the line in statute that says there's no new roads built unless it's for public safety or for emergency management. I forget the exact words, but building a new road to provide access didn't fall into that camp. And so we kind of got quagmired in that discussion early on. And so it really comes down to what was the historical access to any of the inholders' land when the Steens Act was put into place? How would an inholder access that property then? And what would access look like, now? Because the landscape hasn't changed. Maybe how the ownership is structured has changed a little bit, but there's still the need to provide clear direction to landowners in how they get access to their property. So we come back to anyone, and Nature's Advocate is always one that comes up because it's one that we've been considering for years. And so trying to find a path forward for that inholder and those like it is very difficult because none of the roads are developed that to the point that a landowner would like to see if they want to build a new dwelling on that piece of property. It's difficult to get stuff in there to build a dwelling. So what's reasonable given the current state of the environment? I appreciate some of the stuff you did to try and tie it to the act. And I'm sure I agree with all of it, but I understand the effort and it makes sense. So I must have a point in here somewhere.
Let me interject real quick. Mike, I was talking to you earlier about, and I finally found the piece I was looking for. And this is section 132, the last item in section 132. Submission of recommendations. No recommendation may be presented to the secretary by the advisory council without the agreement of at least 9 members. And I think we were trying to get unanimous before.
Well, I'm really not so much worried about that as I am having a robust discussion of the issues at this particular point. And so, Terry, let's get to your point. I'm sure you have one. Well, but it's kind of, you're probably like me, you forgot what it was halfway walking down the path.
You know, you get to a certain age and that happens.
Well, I know it.
Inholders should be permitted access to their property. Yes, the level of access, I think, is what gives people heartburn. So the environmental community would prefer to see the landscape not changed at all from what it is today. And that would maintain the character of the Steens Mountain area, much in the way that they see it now.
When the act was created.
Yeah. Yeah. But there's that statement that sticks in there that says the secretary shall provide reasonable access for reasonable use. So we get down to what is, is the BLM expected to improve a road and maintain it to whatever level that describes? I mean, personally, I don't think so.
And quite frankly, I agree with you on that. I don't see any of this as imposing any duty on the BLM other than providing them with the framework by which they and perhaps the BLM with our assistance makes a comes to the decision that X, Y, the point from X to Y to Z is reasonable access and what that entails.
Yeah. So that I keep coming back to this is, I mean, it's not a wilderness area in the true sense of there's never any roads, there's never any development. Because this whole area was a giant compromise that created it to begin with. So it's a compromise between landowners, grazers, recreationalists, environmentalists that created this whole beautiful, unique area. And so, so there is some compromise that has to be made in order to give landowners that are surrounded by the management area access to their property. Now, no one's preventing any of the landowners from getting to their property today. I mean, there's access. It may not be exactly at the level that you want to bring in concrete trucks and everything else, but there is access to the property. And so I think the expectation that there are road improvements to inholders sites to develop it, I think is a little outside the something that I would consider reasonable. So I think that's my point, is that we're all trying to if I look at the environmental community, there's concern that if we do some improvements to give inholders access, that will somehow spawn other roads or other improvements that would be kind of unacceptable with that.
Like having a paved road into a once-a-year cabin?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that even under my reading of everything, is something that would never happen. That's
I agree.
That's just something that's not going to happen. And where we got, in my opinion, where we got derailed in the last couple of meetings was an objection from some members in the environmental community, because apparently I had removed the environmental language that essentially states what you kind of were suggesting earlier.
Yeah,
And
as I recall, that paragraph that got taken out was kind of got
right, and
Teresa sort of.
I was never told exactly what the objection was, but I finally, using my Karnak skills,
Your wife told you, right?
divined what it was. And quite frankly, philosophically, I can see their point.
Sure.
Yeah,
And quite philosophically, I agree with the point. Up to a point. And so when I went through this with a fine-tooth comb, I actually, in one section that so far hasn't raised any controversy. Well, I'm going to mention it right now because it actually is more restrictive in a sense than what Terry discussed. And where it's more restrictive, the sense in which it's more restrictive, and if you want me to shut up, because I already said I wasn't going to make a presentation, I'll do it, but I think this might be helpful. Terry said, and the original document stated, that as long as it was okay with Harney County, the use that was gonna be on the inholding parcel was okay with Harney County, it was a permitted use. Well, that is actually too broad a statement. And the reason that's too broad a statement is because if it's gonna be a developed parcel, if development, whatever the hell development means, occurs on a parcel, development is not defined in the act.
yeah.
But whatever, if there is a parcel on which development is going to occur, the development has to fit in with the character and uses of the lands at the lands in some circumstances at the time the act was passed.
Yeah.
So, by way of example, if Joe Schmo Inholder is doing nothing but grazing up there, he doesn't need any kind of permit from the county in order to continue his grazing up there. If Joe Schmo landowner who has grazing up there wants to build a line cabin, then that's a development. And then the development has to fit within the character and uses of the lands at the time that the Steens Act passed. I'm going to emphasize the term, and I made a reference to it in my long-winded document. Note this does not say character and uses of the land, because that seemed to me to be site specific. We look at all of the lands of the Steens CMPA, and if something fits within the character and usage of the lands of the CMPA at the time that the act is passed, then if it passes that smell test, then it's okay under the terms of the Steens Act.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question at this
Yeah.
juncture? Maybe it'll get you
Sure.
spun up a little better. What if somebody wanted to recreate a Page Springs campground on some of the undeveloped land?
I don't know.
That in character.
That theoretically would be within the character and usage of the land. And so my first guess of it would be, yes, that would be possible. John Witzel, who lives in French Glen, has a hunting camp up there that he has access to. If somebody wanted to build a hunting camp with minimal cabin-esque sorts of things, then that would be a development that would have to fit within the character and uses of the lands at the time the act was passed. So my analysis of the act and what the recommendation on that particular issue is stricter than was in the 2020 document.
Can I ask you a question, Mike?
Yeah.
Real quick, kind of getting back, and I don't get a vote, so this is more for my edification than anything else. And I'm gonna go to the base of this issue because I've gotten confused reading both versions of the document.
I don't blame you.
What do you think this document does? Is this guidelines for the SMAC to make a recommendation on a NEPA alternative internally? Or is this something that you guys want to push to the Secretary of Interior as some kind of solicitor's opinion, so for the BLM to use as guidelines when they're making a decision?
You know, I have to answer that truthfully. I really don't know. All I've really thought, and I appreciate you the one that brought that issue up, or is that Jake, about where our recommend? I really didn't think about that.
Because when I was reading your document compared to the 2020 version, it definitely seemed to be leaning to the latter, and I just it really sort of doubt that the SMAC has that kind of authority.
Well, what I'm envisioning out of this is that we recommend this is a recommendation to the guys here.
How to build the roads, what kind of roads, what kind of access.
What our recommendation, mine is to the BLM. As far as I'm concerned, the BLM is sitting right over there and is, I'm not gonna mention his name, but his initials are Don Rotel.
So I sort of, and that's cool, but I think if that's the case, that's probably the first issue that the SMAC needs to make a decision on. Because my reading of the 2020 document was, hey, this is a working document. This is how the SMAC are going to consider requests for access and determine what is reasonable access and what is reasonable use internally. And then we'll say, hey, nature's advocate, we like or we don't like alternative B in the EA,
Right.
And
so that's exactly where it came from the first time.
First time around.
Because there's been lots of discussion just right now about how you want to interpret access. And so that document was supposed to help alleviate some of those repetitive conversations.
Well, then,
So the idea in my mind, if I can interject, is that first of all, the SMAC is here to provide recommendations to the BLM to execute these requests. And so, like inholder comes and says, I'm an inholder. This is my access request to get to my property. And then so then that request would come here and SMAC would look at the various access alternatives and then make a recommendation with this document as sort of a baseline on how to get to a decision and then make a recommendation.
Well, let's
Would it make sense?
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of input from SMAC over the years on this. Would it make sense to wait until there's an environmental assessment that's been released to the public and then have the SMAC weigh in on?
Well, maybe that's it.
Instead of having this broad ranging discussion about.
And I think that's it, is that it's just, it's way too broad right now.
Well, I'm not sure, I'm struggling with this.
Am I allowed to just speak?
Yep.
Great. I just want to acknowledge that what has been said about the fact that this 2020 document was supposed to be addressing the reasonable access question most specifically is correct. And one of the reasons that, even though I was not at the SMAC on the time, I had been asked to join the subcommittee was because the SMAC wanted to make sure that there was an environmental representative present in discussions about making this internal document that would be our guidelines for how we would make recommendations on specific projects. So this is part of why when the conversation came up in Bend, I had said, I think that we need to have a conversation about the purpose of the 2020 document and the history of it before we start talking about making edits, because I did not feel like that homework had been done. And I felt like we as a group needed to have that conversation before we started talking about anything else. And that didn't happen. And I think it's unfortunate because I feel like now we're having a conversation about the purpose of the document, but that should have happened a long time ago or earlier in this process, in my opinion.
Well, I'll agree with you there. And so I think that I'm going to agree with you and Terry and Lee that this is going to be something then that is this is going to be how the SMAC approaches it. And I suppose at some point, this recommendation, Don could look at it and say, you know, maybe this is something that ought to become a rule of some sort on this. I don't particularly care. What I care the most about here is that whatever recommendation SMAC makes, whether it's to the BLM in terms of proposed rulemaking, or whether or not it's only to be something by which we recommend to the BLM, that it adheres as closely as possible to the language of the act, so that when a landowner, say Nature's Advocate or Mr. Strumple, who's been, you know, dealing with all sorts of things, comes, says, I want to have reasonable access, that as part of his application process, he gets handed a copy of the reasonable access for reasonable use document that says, these are the criteria by which SMAC will make a recommendation on your application. And I think I don't care where it happens in the process, to tell you the truth. I think if that's the way it ought to be, and if that's the way it has been conceived of in the past, I don't much care. The only thing I care about is faithful adherence as closely as possible to the wording of the Steens Act, and that's why I took the approach that I did. And none other. And so that's why I even backed up as far as the business on what is a permitted use. Because I thought, no, the 2020 thing was too broad as a permitted use. The permitted use has to be seen in terms of the character and usage at the time of the act. And so that's the first pass. If Joe grazer, whether he's a sheep grazer or cattle grazer, is making no change to the land, that's none of our business. When Joe grazer or prospective home builder or prospective hunting camp builder starts making a development, whatever the hell a development it is, that's when we have to say, does this fit within the character and usage of the act? Character and usage of the lands at the time the act was passed.
So Mike, I want to pause for just a sec for public comment, because we do have to offer that on time.
Okay,
So can you,
I'm only too happy to be quiet.
can you hold that thought for a second?
Fire.
I got a note right here where I think we're leaving off at. So for those of you online, I'm gonna run through you guys and see who might want to chime in with a public comment. There's nobody in the room for public, so it will just be you guys online. So I'll start with you, Janelle. If you could share your last name and your comments, if you have any, that'd be great.
Yeah, my last name is Garso, and I don't have a comment.
Thank you for joining today.
Thank you.
Sherry. I'm having a hard time hearing Sherry today. Are you there, Sherry? All right, let's try Linda.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I don't have a comment today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lorna.
Hi, everybody. I wasn't actually planning to comment today because I missed the whole morning session. And I really wanted to hear what Kim had to say before I spoke. But if it looks like there's going to be time, I'll take just 1 minute and say a couple of things. But I do plan to comment tomorrow if that's not going to preclude me from commenting then.
Absolutely. You can comment all the days.
Okay. All right. Terrific. So all I wanted to mention today is that the South Steens HMA herd management area is 130,000 acres. Right now it's 130,000 acres for about 4 to 10 horses. So I see this as extremely low and way below AML. I was just looking at the site and my AML is 100 or it's 301 or something. And I would just like to request that you do return high AML to the HMA. It's rough out there. It's cold. Winters are tough. Summers are tough. There need to be numbers there for the herd to be viable. I mean, there's genetic viability to consider, but there's also just general harshness of the climate out there and everything. So I would really like to put that forth right this minute, that's a huge HMA for such a small number of horses. The other thing I would say about that is there is not a square inch out there that isn't also grazed by cattle. So I don't see them as the demons in any kind of damage, at least not alone. They might have a shared impact, but I think if we look at the real picture, it might look a little bit different. And then just one last point, the voodoo band was rounded up, the all black horses that are extremely popular. They're very elusive. Can't even believe you guys got them. They've been so good at getting away. So we would love to see them back on the land, all of them, if there is a possibility of doing that. There are other horses that are being advocated for, but that group, just off the top of my head, I just wanted to mention them. So that is pretty much, I wanted to be sure that someone talked a little bit about returning high AML and returning enough horses to the range to be sure that we have a viable herd. Now, they are a very important feature of Steens Mountain. People love them. People come to see them. There's been a huge disappointment around the roundup and what's happened. But what we can do now is try to get the horses back out there and offer again all of our support to help manage them, to help keep them there, to help keep them safe, to liaise with all of the people on the SMAC group and everybody that's out there. We don't hate anybody. We really just love the horses. So that's what I have to say today. I'll have a little bit more tomorrow, but I really want to listen to this morning's comments. So thank you, Tara.
Thanks, Lorna. Tanea.
Hi, my name's Tanea Jewell, and I don't really have a public comment, but more a question. I wanted to ask Mr. Crowley if he received the information I sent him last week. I compiled a bunch of information from different wild horse groups, and I just wanted to see if you read through that, and if you need me to resend it, I can. No, it's no problem, but I think it'll be useful for tomorrow's round robin if you want to speak about your constituents. Thank you.
He is showing us the documentation he received, so it is in the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Barber. Cliff has a question.
Teresa, would it be possible for you to email the SMAC, the information that you just spoke about?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see who else we might have. I think that might be Rand, but I'm not sure on the audio. Okay, does anybody else have anything they want to add for public comment?
Is Rand available?
I believe he is driving. So he's on the audio line, but I don't know that he can contribute. I think he can listen right now.
He didn't introduce himself.
Yeah, he wasn't on this morning, but I think that's him now.
My question is, do they have access to both of their parcels? I think it's Nature's Advocate currently. Do they currently have vehicle access to both of their parcels?
So vehicle, I think they do have vehicle access. They are accessing, yes.
Just trying to remember, they could go down and go into one, but
The
the other route was better.
Also, I mean, I was gonna jump in. Terry gave a pretty good kind of a summary of where we had been and how, but then I think you left, where you left off was once we had determined that there was no new road construction permitted, we decided that there was going to be a LiDAR survey done on Steens Mountain.
Yeah.
And we would use that as evidence to look at historic routes. And so that work has been completed. We have that data, we're looking at it, and that is kind of the rest of the story from where Terry left off. We're looking at, yeah.
So Mike, where you left off, before I made you stop for just a brief minute, was you said you didn't have a preference if we went with the idea that the document was used for guidance for the SMAC, or if it was going to be used for something that the BLM could use. And we probably need to decide how you guys want to address the 2020 document, what the purpose of it is.
Well, or either document.
We're just looking for clarification.
Well, okay, I think,
So hold on,
yeah,
just so I can catch up.
Yeah.
This document that has,
the side next slide there. Yeah.
well, and additions in purple.
Yes.
If we were to adopt this,
Yes.
that would have your edits. These are your edits.
These are my.
That would look like the version that has the pink or green highlight. I mean,
This was the original one,
does it say December 2020 on it?
Yeah.
That's the original.
and then this is your edit.
Then that.
Right, and there's also one that says, has a blank line up at the top that doesn't say 2020 on it.
That blank one is those purple changes incorporated.
All right.
All the versions are in there.
Anyways, Stacy, to finish my thought with, on the LiDAR survey and the historic routes, as I believe that's how Nature's Advocate is currently accessing your, you know.
So they're,
route at this point.
so they're trying to make established route existed at one time, which goes back to the Steens Act, which is fair, which would be appropriate.
Karen, speak up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My interpretation of this whole in-holder process is that it has always been a recommendation to our local BLM, and they would make the final decision, or you would make the final decision. So I'm not seeing that we're going on to try to create a legal document here. When I read them as a recommendation, I read the first document as something that's much easier to understand without some of the legalese. And we're trying to preserve the original character of the land, the current character of the land that it was when the Steens Act, whether you call that wilderness or not, we're trying to preserve that. And we're trying to do that in the least impactful way. And that idea needs to be there, and it's clearer in the first document than the second. My attitude the whole time has been wait until we actually apply this before we start trying to make decisions on what to change, like look at the LiDAR data for nature's advocacy. Their request has been there a long time. We need to move forward on that and take a look at things. And we could sit here and talk forever on what ifs, but let's not get caught on that. Let's look at how this works and then make changes as needed. And I think that's my comment.
Thank you, Karen.
And kind of following up on that, I just wanted to add that one of the reasons that I feel like the decision to draft the 2020 document happened was because these conversations are not always easy. Conversations around whether or not diverse groups of people can come to consensus on making a recommendation. Like that's just not, it's not always an easy conversation. So the idea behind this was that if we had our own internal framework that could help shape a conversation, that was that with that framework being created by diverse interests, then maybe it would make the conversations moving forward, for example, around nature's advocate easier because we had our own internal framework for how we were going to have those conversations and make those decisions. That again was the idea was that it would represent diverse perspectives from the SMAC. Yeah.
Thanks, Teresa. That's exactly how I remember it as well.
Thanks, Carrie.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, don't we want to?
Jake, we're gonna let Cliff go real quick and then you.
I just want to piggyback on Karen's comments. She mentioned what ifs, and I wrote a couple comments here. It's a short paragraph, but when making recommendations, it's important to differentiate between broad theoretical what ifs and actual concrete scenarios. While hypothetical situations can be useful for thinking through potential outcomes, they often lack the nuances and context of real-world cases. Recommendations grounded in actual situations allow for more tailored and practical approaches and solutions, taking into account specific variables at play. Theoretical discussions, on the other hand, sometimes lead to overgeneralization or missed opportunities for actionable insight. Striking a balance between the two is key to ensuring recommendations are both thoughtful and workable.
Thank you.
Jake. I was just thinking, do we want to move forward with theoretical ideas? Or do we want to have the rules established on how we proceed? Or do we want to change the rules as we proceed?
That's,
I mean, the document, the Steens original act was, these are the rules. All we're doing is interpreting and setting the rules. Or just every time a permittee or a landowner wants to do something, we have to come back and say, oh, well, let's think about this. No, the rules say you can't do this, or you can't.
Just
So the Steens Act, like any other law, is intentionally vague.
Sure.
Because that's how you get compromise and something passed through any legislative body.
But we don't want to leave it so open-ended.
No, that was that, like I said before, it's like a mini rulemaking process for the reasonable use question. And so if we have, and I agree with Teresa fully, is that it was simply a framework to help, because it's not always the same members on SMAC. This is going to go forward for a long time. So if we've had this discussion about reasonable use, what does that mean when some new inholder applies for an access to their property? Then we use this framework to try and make a recommendation to the BLM based on how the application comes in, what their access looks like, what was it historically. It's what's reasonable access for this particular. And so so this is kind of a mini rulemaking for that particular question, I think.
Okay, so I have two things. Does everybody agree that this is a framework for how the SMAC is gonna operate when you're having access discussions?
That what is.
This document, the 2020 version so far, that the intent of it was to be used as a framework for you guys.
2020 document was intended.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll.
does everybody agree with that?
So it's not a recommendation?
No, it's not a recommendation. It's your own framework for how you want to have conversations about access. So we have this document. We all think it's the same intent. Now do you all agree that it needs to be changed and updated?
Well, I think that's what we're just, that's what we're talking about right now. Is whether or not it needs to be updated. And that's why I probably have spent a total of God knows how many. I've probably spent 40 hours thinking about this and researching it and trying to get the words as precise as possible so that we have the best possible framework for when Nature's Advocate or Joe Schmo comes to us for a recommendation, that we have the best possible framework on which to make a recommendation. And if we're going to be making a recommendation, we have to be making a recommendation that is going to hold up for the landowner as well as the BLM. And I will be the first to concede that my legal analysis is imperfect, but it's because we are a recommending body, but we have to do our very best. And so that's why I did what I did and spending all of these hours and apparently making some people upset. And it's not with malice of forethought it's with malice of forethought because I wanted to make the document as clear and concise as possible. But it's not with malice of forethought in that I wanted to trip over any tripwires or make it seem as though I'm disregarding the environmental or wilderness concerns that we all share, because we all share them. But it was just pointed out that there's going to be SMACs other than us. And with the language that apparently was so workable back then in the 2020 document is without any governable standard in it. And if a landowner needs to know what he can ask for, and the SMAC in the future needs to have principles on which it can say yay or nay, or recommend A, B, or C. And so that's why I did it the way I did it. And that's why ultimately when you read 2020 versus 2024, we come out pretty much in the same place. Where we don't come out in the same place, at least as it appears to be written on paper, is language about wilderness values and least restrictive and that sort of thing.
Right.
And I think probably in our heart of hearts, being a resident who has a second home that he is paying way too much money for at the base of Steens Mountain. You know, my wife and I bought that place because of the character and usage of the mountain as it existed in 2012. But also, since I've been coming over here since I don't know when, the character and usage of the mountain as of whenever it was I started coming over here in the late 80s and 90s. So we look at, so that's why I eliminated the character and usage language, or the wilderness values language, because the Steens Act doesn't have that in there when it comes to making a decision on these issues. That's why I had the leap of faith by saying that reasonable access follows reasonable use. And so we look at that, and reasonable use means that it follows the character and usage of the lands at the time of the act was passed. We can look at history. There are maps. There's going to be LiDAR, which will tell us what history was. There are maps that had probably existed at the time. There are probably other historical documents in the BLM archives if somebody goes to check them out, to determine what the character and use of the land was at that time. And so Joe Schmo says, I want access to parcel X. Let's look at what the character and usage at the time was. If we have it couched in terms of wilderness values, we all have different ideas of what wilderness values are. SMAC 2028, when I'll no longer be here, will have different wilderness values because it will have a different membership. You can't. That means that wilderness values is a standard, has no standards, and somebody has to have some kind of standards. By and large, Steens Mountain is pretty much unchanged in the last 30 years. It's all pretty much wilderness, or you sure fool me by driving up there. I can't tell what has been grazed and what hasn't, except if I happen to see a cow on it or some sheep up by Cold Springs Road or something like that, but it all looks pretty much the same.
So Mike, I think we're still at this.
No, excuse me, I'm not ready to be interrupted.
Please continue, Mr. Chairman.
So that's why we are where we are. Do you disagree that
I think everybody agrees that we know that that's where we are.
well, maybe they should say that themselves.
Before Cliff made a good comment about theoretical versus actual. And there is this High Aspens IBLA appeal that deals with sheep trailing to inholdings that addresses some of these. And I have some bullet points from that IBLA opinion that I think are relevant to this that I wanted to share with the SMAC at some point.
It's good. I appreciate it. Let's hear it.
Wait, can I please just interject really quick? I do personally do not feel that the way this document is written is a framework that is inclusive of all perspectives on the SMAC, that is designed to help shape our own conversations and decision making around our recommendations to the BLM, which are not legal. Nobody's required. So like no landowner is going to come to us and be like, what am I allowed to ask the BLM to do? Because the BLM makes final decisions, not us. Judges make final decisions, not us. So the purpose of the SMAC, in my opinion, is to allow for diverse perspectives to make compromised type recommendations to the BLM, so that the BLM is hearing from a diversity of people when they go to make decisions, when they think about what to consider in their decisions, etc. And so I think the way that the document, Mike, what I heard you saying was that your purpose was to keep this 2024 document as a framework for us. And I guess it doesn't feel like a framework to me.
So Teresa, I put a little clarifying statement in the chat that I think everybody agrees the 2020 intent, the
the intent of that document was to serve as the framework, but we haven't decided if that version should have been updated or not, with that perspective as it being a framework.
Thank you.
And Dawn's gonna talk about the recent High Desert Aspens ruling.
It's an IBLA appeal. IBLA is obviously, it's not law, it's not from the federal court, but often federal courts will rely on IBLA and draw upon IBLA opinions to when they issue a decision or determination in the future. So
Don, can you just give me back up? So it was an access EA for sheep trailing.
Yep.
BLM made the decision not to allow sheep trailing. The permittee or landowner, I guess, appealed that decision.
Strumpel versus the BLM.
IBLA is now made a decision on the case.
They
That's where
did,
we're at.
yes, they have. And the
What's gonna
decision was remanded back to BLM. So in 2017, BLM signed a decision that denied Strumpel the ability to trail livestock to his inholding. The IBLA came back with this decision, remanded it back to BLM to consider it again.
Was it all livestock or just sheep?
It was sheep. And the issue why BLM denied it was that it had the potential to spread disease to the wild sheep population. Our solicitors have reviewed this and taken out the key points, but every SMAC member should have this IBLA appeal. You can read it for yourself. I'll just give you the points that our solicitor picked up on that he thinks are important. And really, these are pretty basic, but I think it does help you maybe set some markers or some sort of potential parameters on what is reasonable access or what it will be or how it will be viewed. So, our solicitor's view is that this opinion establishes that it's BLM's role to determine what constitutes reasonable access under Section 112 in the Steens Act. The BLM has considerable discretion in determining what constitutes reasonable access if it first balances the objectives in Section 112 of the Steens Act, while also preserving wilderness character and ecological integrity. Historical use of an access route does not mean that BLM must allow the same access, but historical use should be considered by BLM with other factors when determining what constitutes reasonable access or reasonable use of an inland. BLM is not obligated to allow a particular type or mode of access, i.e. livestock trailing, without regards to impacts on other management objectives as defined in Section 112 of the Steens Act. IBLA did not endorse any particular process or analysis for determining what constitutes reasonable access. So BLM must consider input from the SMAC, the public, etc., when making that determination. And then finally, the Steens Act inholder access provision is not limited to human access, but it does include the movement of livestock to inholdings. So all that's pretty basic, but I think that is, that's where it's at. BLM must determine the access question. We have discretion, but we have to also balance the wilderness issue and ecological integrity, which is, one of the values identified in the Steens Act with that while making that decision. So, that's what IBLA had to say about it in relation to the sheep trailing questions. And the issue with the particular, to go a little bit further, is that they remanded it back to BLM. They said that we did not adequately consider the reasonable access question and that we needed to analyze trucking of sheep in addition to trailing of sheep. And then we failed to do that. And so we needed a more complete analysis. That's my take on it.
Trucking the sheep versus trailing is changing the landscape of the land.
They have a road. There's already a route there. It was whether or not it was adequate. Yeah.
That's good. Clarifying question.
Sure.
Just about the process.
If an inholder wants to, for example, develop a historic road for property access, what's the procedure for that? Do they have to apply for a permit with BLM? And also, is a procedure that the BLM will consult with the SMAC and ask our opinion about that? And then is an EA, you had mentioned an EA before, is that mandatory as part of that process, that permitting process?
Yeah, there's no, I wouldn't say it's permitting. We have to make a decision on whether to allow that or not. The access question has been kind of a vexing one since the Steens Act. We still don't have an access and travel management plan. So there would have to be a decision made. It seems like the IBLA is saying that we should consider public input, SMAC input, historical records, all of those things when making that decision, but they did not endorse a particular analysis. And it also says you must make a balanced decision that would balance the need for access to an inholding with wilderness value and ecological integrity. That's the guidance that we have. I feel from IBLA.
An ambiguous process though.
Yeah. And ultimately, you know, these it's going to be a decision that ends up in federal court. So I think a balanced decision that's defensible is important from the agency perspective.
The SMAC's input can have an effect at the federal court level. I mean, if we have a strong consensus on how BLM should treat that item, the judge will consider.
Has that happened over the history so far of SMAC?
It has happened with racks for sure. SMAC, I'd have to think about it for a minute, but
Because we're basically just giving advice to BLM. And what we're doing now is sort of reinterpreting the act.
And one other comment I want to make, Jake, is this is interesting because we talked about the travel management planning going on here earlier. In a lot of ways, this is sort of a mini travel management plan.
Yeah.
We're trying to only make a decision on one route.
Yeah.
Right.
The travel management plan is going to make decisions on like 500 plus miles
Yeah,
of routes. And it's all going to be this way of like.
Well, that's why the wording of the act, reason, at the time, the acts, makes a point of at the time of the act. And I was just thinking, what happens if, my apologies to Stacy, but all of a sudden the world goes vegetarian and there's no more need for grazing land? What's going to happen to access?
Although, IBLA's view of the act is that it's not the only thing that matters.
Yeah,
The history, the historic access.
Well, you have to start somewhere.
so I can't remember if it was the transportation travel management plan, but we spent hours designating maintenance levels for routes.
Yeah.
And back to Cliff's question, and BLM has that at state, national level, really, but within those predetermined maintenance levels, you, as a private landowner, I can maintain a road to that level without a permit. But if I try to upgrade the road or change the nature of the road or change the width of the road, then it kicks it into a whole other decision-making process. Or at least that was the design of the transportation plan. We did it, but it's all held up in course. 25 years later, we still don't know what we can do about it.
Is there a risk if you do not maintain a road?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
because, I'm scared to death that this next travel management plan process. For 40 years, a lot of those roads have not been maintained. Deer hunters used them enough with pickups to maintain them into the early 2000s, but for 20 years, everyone uses the four-wheeler and side-by-side. And lack of travel down those roads, they're no longer roads, they're washes with grass and brush and tree limbs, and there's big danger in not maintaining roads. You lose it, yeah. And I think we're facing that. That's what I'm saying, this travel management plan, people better engage. Because I know what the anti-road advocates' position is. And it is to close a lot of roads.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, the current condition of those roads would allow, I can see a judge saying, you're right. 80% of those roads are no longer roads, they're naturalized and they should be closed. And BLM will be put back on their heels and every user that uses roads will be. So it's a critical issue.
If we stick to what what the act says at the time of the, that's the level where there's an obligation to maintain as is, but not to go further, but not to make it into a 4-lane highway and.
But we don't have an inventory that states exactly what that was.
Oh,
There's not pictures every mile or, I mean, there's different opinions of what existed in 2000.
Yeah.
And then some of us are stuck in 1960 before the loop road was built.
Yeah.
And all of those roads we're debating now, they were the main roads. The loop road wasn't there. And so your perspective is so different when you start talking about these topics, and how to handle them. Can I briefly give just a touch of history on the act?
Sure.
So I like the language around development on private land. When Governor Kitzhaber and Secretary Babbitt came to the Steens, obviously the federal government can manage the public lands, but private land, the federal government, Secretary Babbitt, his gravelly deep voice said, we will not touch private land. And that's the federal government can't, they won't. He said, that's the governor's job. So the governor's role, through his staff, Peter Green and others, we, those who were involved, spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to define reasonable use of private land. And there was an effort, and we wrote, Fred Otley did a lot of the work actually, but he had 12 categories of development. And these 3 or 4 would be allowed and these 10 wouldn't be. And and depending on who was in the room, you'd push that line up or you'd push it down, right? What would be allowed and what wouldn't be allowed. And the negotiation went, and we had 20 is too much, 10 pages of legislative language defining what the nature of the private land on the Steens would look like as part of the act. When it got right down to the last minute, and the bill finally came in front of the secretary and the president's office, they took a big marker and they just X'd out those pages. He said, again, federal government will not, this is federal legislation, will not dictate what's going to happen on private land. Governor, you can make a law in the state of Oregon to cover the Steens if you want. So that's why we ended up in the situation we did, because there was a lot of work done. Now, the access issue across, of course, goes across federal land. And so there was a debate to use the wilderness language, but sometimes it's not wilderness. And so there was a push to have less limiting language. And we bounced back and forth and back and forth. And finally, the only word that we could agree on was reasonable. It was different enough. And so it's exactly what you said, Terry.
Yeah.
It was different enough from the wilderness language that we wouldn't just end up with all of the case law that governed wilderness being thrown on it. It was language that wasn't used in NCAs or any other federally designated areas. It was unique, knowing full well that judges would someday decide it, right?
What does that mean?
But the Steens Advisory Council was set up for local people to be involved in writing that language that might potentially someday be what the judge says, yeah, that is a good definition of reason. These local folks came together and worked hard and defined reasonable. And I like their definition. BLM put it in the document, and I'm going to stand behind BLM. That's how it could work. That was what we envisioned. As a whole lot of stuff got taken away immediately. Those who were at the table, that's what we hoped would happen. So this document actually started in before 2020, was aimed at not having to have the same discussion over and over and over. But when a future landowner comes in and needs access, future SMAC could go to this document and it would be guidelines. And it would also be guidelines. I mean, reality is that the SMAC's using the BLM would at least look at it in their decision documents. That was the hope, to finally not have the same conversation over and over and over.
So does the term reasonable override the phrase about in use at the time?
No. Well, see,
they're in conflict in reality, the way I see it. And I think these documents do a good job of saying this section of the act says this and this one says this, and they're in conflict. And we've got to define a way to get through that conflict. And it's just like sitting beside us, some of us are in conflict, and it's a process.
So going forward,
Let's,
go ahead.
I'm just curious if that language that was cut from the draft act at the last second, does that still exist somewhere?
It would exist in my and Fred's Rubbermaid containers that have so many documents, you never believe it. So it would.
I mean, honestly, if there's a lot of time.
Well,
on
I don't know that it's worthwhile. I hear you. And I guarantee you Fred, like Mike, he probably put 400 hours in it. Fred and I worked on this for a long time, but, yeah, we'd love to use it, but I don't know that it's really applicable because to some extent, looking back and trying to interpret, a judge is ultimately going to do that. What we've got to do is decide how to move forward.
So
What's a solution that works?
I wonder if going forward, instead of trying to put it down in paper, it's clear in black and white. Every time an issue comes up, we have the discussion. Is it reasonable? And SMAC says it is reasonable, not reasonable. And we give that advice. Whereas if we just go hard and fast at the time of the establishing the act, that's clear cut, but it sure makes it quite a warfare.
Well, I don't know I don't know, Stacy. I'm in agreement with both you and Cliff on this issue. You know, talking about the theory is one thing and practical applications another, but at the same time, as I said, there've got to be some sort of standards by which Matt can make a decision on reasonableness. And the solicitor may have said what he said.
Well, yeah, IBLA. not-
IBLA, the solicitor may have said what IBLA says, but I read that particular opinion as well. And where it made a lot of those comments was in what we lawyers and judges call dicta, which are not necessarily germane to the decision that was before them. And where, and so where I really think that the Stremple case is more instructive with regard to the issue of the language that I gutted, is that Stremple, and I pointed this out in my thing, I'll just read to you what I'm going to take from my paper.
I was gonna do the same thing.
Yeah, so on page 3 of 6 in my lengthy paper, starting in the third complete paragraph, it says Sierra Club Stremple noted 43 CFR section 6305 sub point 10 sub A, a rule promulgated pursuant to the Wilderness Act, which states, if you own land completely surrounded by wilderness, BLM will only approve that combination of routes and modes of travel to your land that BLM finds existed on the date Congress had designated the area surrounding it as wilderness, and BLM determines it will serve the reasonable purpose for which non-federal lands are held or used and cause the least impact on wilderness character. Yeah, that's what it says. That is roughly what the gutted language of the 2020 document says. So with this fully in mind, the 2020 document says the importance of the Steens Act is clearly conveyed in the decision of the IBLA, which said, the specific provisions of the Steens Act necessarily take precedence over the general rule reflected in the Wilderness Act. This is the holding of the case. It's not dicta. It's the holding of the case. Necessarily take precedence over the general rule reflected in the Wilderness Act. Necessary to ensure adequate access. Congress articulated a different standard in the Steens Act. The statutory grant of access rights under the Steens Act is different from and potentially broader than under the Wilderness Act. But the lander's claim to unfettered access is overbroad. That's the holding of the case. It's not dictum. When that's the holding of the case, it takes out this business, all this other stuff. Period. I respectfully disagree in part with the opinion of the solicitor, because a lot of that did not have to do with the decision of the reasonableness of, well, the BLM's failure to consider the road as being reasonable access. So that's why I went down the path that I did. Secondly, there are a bunch of cases that I have recently cited that have just come down from the Supreme Court with regard to these issues. The one was the Lober Bright case doing away with Chevron deference. Chevron deference, I don't know whether or not it come down at the time of the Ankle Creek case, but it doesn't much matter. It was in process and Chevron deference.
I don't see that Chevron deference being the issue here.
Because
the agency is trying to interpret as close to the act. I mean, where Chevron deference comes in is when we're doing something that maybe doesn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
We're getting away from it.
And that's
And so it will be determined in court. We recognize that.
Well, I
And
understand.
we're trying to do this. I mean, we're trying to stay.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do at the same time.
So,
No, wait a minute. Let me just finish. Because I think that the dictum that the solicitor is talking about there actually does not comport with the actual decision of Strummel. And so that's what I'm going on, is that if we start including language in our decision-making process that is not based in the statute, we'll get in trouble. We'll get in trouble with Chevron, or not Chevron, with Lober Bright. And especially if you include the language least most restrictive, I can't remember, but it makes it hardest for the landowner to get in there, then you're going to run in conflict with all the cases about takings and exactions, when the Steens Act clearly says that you can't trample on a landowner's property rights. And so I'm trying to be solicitous of those as well as this, but giving us the clearest boundaries possible. And I think the brightest line that really is available to us is the character and usage language, which essentially, because of the character and usage of the Steens Act at the time it was enacted, is available historically. It's not subject to the individual whims of Steens council members at the time the question is presented to.
I feel like you have both.
So please.
Are you going to let anybody else talk about the 2020 document?
Please.
Great.
I'm going to in a minute. I'll give you a chance in a moment, please. And that's why I did what I did. We have to have standards as well. And we can't go off various members can't go off on a tangent, say, well, my feeling of the Steens Wilderness Act at such and such a time as this, 5 years from now. That's all. All right, Teresa.
I feel like you have both said that we get to decide what is reasonable use and that we don't get to infringe on private landowners' rights in the same, whatever, speech. And that's a little bit confusing. Because if we decide what people are allowed to do on their property, then we are potentially infringing on their rights. But also, we are not a legal governing body, so we don't make any of those decisions. And I just need to point out to you that you are a lawyer. That's great. You're not an environmental lawyer. And environmental lawyers have a different interpretation of the Steens Act than lawyers who are not environmental lawyers. And so the 2020 document, one of the reasons it's easier to read is because it was a bunch of us from different backgrounds trying to come together to create a framework that felt accessible. Right now, you are making it feel like unless I'm an environmental lawyer, I don't get to talk about any of this. I don't get to talk about the document. I don't get to talk about the environmental community's perspective. And therefore, the SMAC can only make decisions or recommendations to the BLM that have a legal founding, whether they are representative of everybody's perspectives or not. And I feel like it's a big problem. It feels like the fact that in these conversations, it feels like you think your legal interpretation of how the Chevron doctrine might apply, which I agree with Don, in these instances shouldn't be an issue. The fact that you seem to think that what you think the Steens Act says is the only interpretation and that nobody else could have a different interpretation of the same words, like that feels really problematic. And the purpose of the document was to create a framework where we didn't have to have these fights and arguments every time we wanted to make a recommendation to the BLM, so that we could have a document that reflected the perspectives, again, of a diverse group of people and the interpretations that those groups bring to the table when we are talking, so that we didn't have to have situations where it feels like I have to be a lawyer to be able to talk to you.
So my turn. So I think we are still at the point of everybody agrees the documents were originally written to give the SMAC framework to have complicated conversations about access. So we're right there. And now we have an updated document for all the reasons that we've been hearing for a while. We know all the reasons why things were updated and reflected the way they were. However, we all aren't agreeing or on the same page that this starting point framework needed to get to here. So I still think you guys are back here on the point of this is a good framework. We know what it's supposed to do. Do we actually need to update it at all? And if you want to update it, then you have to be on the same page about it. And I think even after, 50 minutes of explaining why changes were made and seeing what people got on board with that, we're no closer to having agreement on, yes, this 2020 version needs to be updated. Saying that, maybe some other opinions that came up were that you thought it would be more useful to not make any changes to it and see how the 2020 document played out in a real world situation. When it actually comes in and you can use it to look at it, and when we're talking about something that's really happening. And then if you see things in there that could benefit from clarification or closer language tied to the Steens Act, then that would be an appropriate time to make those changes to maybe where everybody could get on the same page.
I think as fiduciaries, we owe it to do the best we can now to create a document that we can all agree on that is, I know it can't be ironclad. I know that laws are made to be interpreted. But if we feel like there could be some improvements, then we need to take the time and do that. And might not be now, it might take us a year.
Right.
But this is really important. Ever since I've been on SMAC, all I've heard about is this reasonable access, and we've got nature's advocates and they've been sitting there for 10 years and I don't even know what's going on there. All I know is that no one knows what's going on.
But I think the part of the we is not everybody.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, all I can say is, and I've said it before, being in insurance for 40-something years and fighting insurance companies, and you're arguing over where the comma is in the sentence, okay? And it's our job to get those commas out of there as best we can, okay? If we can't agree on it, then we can't. But the whole point is, do we vote to try to do that or not? You want to leave to 2020 as it is, or you want to try to improve it? That's where we are.
Right.
Maybe everybody needs to be in that subcommittee. That's
Well, I called for volunteers
I will not
back
be at that
in
meeting.
whenever it was. Terry would rather have his eye poked out. Nobody else stepped up to it, so we're stuck with the committee of
Hey,
the whole.
Mike, that's because in Bend, a bunch of us said we did not think this should be a priority until you and Butch had read the 2020 document and we could have a discussion about it as a group. You didn't get volunteers because the thing that several of us asked for did not happen.
Maybe the editing process needs to be open to everybody, just not the people on the subcommittee. You know, that's very exclusionary, and it seems like everybody needs to have an opportunity to.
I've always said, if you read what I said I'm open to discussion on the thing. And it's my draft, it's the subcommittee's draft. That I thought that I was the guy who was talking over everybody, but apparently that's not the case. And I'm not, and the 2024 document does not preclude the environmental voices from being heard at the time a decision comes up under the 2024 document. Because they will have plenty of time to talk about the wilderness characteristics and the characteristics and usage of the land as of the passage of the Steens Act, when it's up for discussion. Because that's what it was. Steens Mountain was largely wilderness then, and it really hasn't changed an awful lot in terms of the way it looks since 2000. There's still plenty of time to talk about those issues and to have the environmental voice heard. What I'm trying to do in this, and this is why I'm not trying to foreclose anybody, but what I'm trying to do here is give us the clearest foundation on which to make the decision so that we can hear those issues and determine reasonableness under that. Pete.
Thank you. I don't know where to start. But one that was around in the 90s is not part of it, but knowing it came out for this community as a win, that it's what it is. It's not a monument, it's not a national park. It's something that's still for us to have some local say and control of. And I mean, I remember everybody on this committee. And if you're aware, notice there's no elected officials on this committee versus, which is different than RACs. I think there's only one other group that's like this, and it's in the law, it's in the act, it's the law. So I think the 2020 is a good place to continue from. I don't think we're here to interpret laws or make laws. I think we're here for nature's advocates to come to us with their proposal, however you want to say it. And then we decide through the framework we're going to create. To me, I think we're going to create a framework that it meets this, it doesn't meet this, it's got merit, let's recommend it to be on them to take it further or not. That's where I think we're at. And I don't think, and I think that gets everybody's opinion in whether it goes farther or not. Whether it's environmentalists, it's the recreation people, it's the ranchers. But the act is to be for us to give local guidance. What's best for the mountain and the community and the people and the users and those that make a living off it or not. That's why we're here.
Well, I agree.
And I don't mind getting, I just think we need to come up with a good, solid framework
And the legalities of it will come beyond our recommendation.
Don't you agree we should have a good solid foundation
Yeah.
for making a recommendation?
Yeah, that's what I think we need to be working on. And I think
Okay,
the
yeah.
2020, and we all come back, no subcommittees as a group. What we don't like and we don't, and we hash out those differences.
There is a small phrase in there that I pointed out to Mike earlier about making recommendations. It doesn't have to be unanimous.
Sure does.
Just 9 people.
Right.
But we should all discuss it.
So just from my perspective, some of the controversy here is the fact about like this framework that we're creating. What language have we adopted? Who is it that's deciding what gets omitted and what gets added? And I'm not picking on anybody, especially you, Mike, because I applaud your efforts and I respect what you've done. But, you know, all the edits up on here are things that you've added or omitted.
Well, that's right.
And I wondered, you did say there's opportunity for environmental voices to voice their objections, but I think there needs to be opportunity for them to also write their objections, or to also decide what language is added or omitted.
That's fine.
That's what I think.
Mike provided that.
We could try.
I don't feel like
Go ahead, Teresa.
I don't feel like I can't, well, yes, I do feel like I can't make the recommendation, but the point I was trying to make earlier is that Mike's document is written in a way that if I was an environmental lawyer and I was taking a decision to the court, I would feel like I was qualified to weigh in. The way that this framework is written essentially is like, if you don't have a legal argument to why you oppose something that's being proposed, you don't get to weigh in. And I think that's a problem. We have to understand that the purpose of the SMAC is not to be a courtroom. It's to allow for all of us to come together and talk. This document, how would I add language from the 2020 document that I support back into the 2024 document when the tone of the language is so different and the conversations around it that Mike, every time he tries to bring them up, because you're a lawyer, I'm sure, you push it into that legal realm, which we are not. The SMAC is not supposed to come together and only talk about things from a legal perspective. We are representing our constituents, and not all of them are lawyers. Some of them will have perspectives that maybe wouldn't end up standing up in court, but that doesn't mean we don't get to represent them.
Well, in that case, I get to represent landowners, and this is the landowner perspective.
And Ruthie's perspective at the time was in conflict with mine, which is why we compromised in the 2020 document. That's my point, Mike. Do every landowner you talk to speaks in legalese?
Stacy.
The 2020 document was finalized, but there was not a quorum to fully adopt it. Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's
And so then the discussion came, now that we have a full quorum, we could adopt it. But instead of adopting it, there was some possibility for edits. That's where we sit.
Yes,
where we
yeah.
sit.
And the 2020 document left it open for future revision in the very last paragraph of it.
Stacey, there was never a conversation about whether or not the SMAC as it stands, now that we have a quorum, would want to adopt the 2020 document or whether we would want to amend it. That discussion never happened.
Okay, thanks, Teresa.
I've said what I have to say. Is there a motion of any type to be brought before the SMAC?
Can I make this?
Yes.
If we do have any kind of motion, we can possibly do it tomorrow, because to be honest, I'd love to kind of review this stuff tonight, if possible. I'm sorry to say that.
Well, I said,
Could there be a motion just to determine if we are in agreement that we're gonna either go forward or stay where we are? Are we gonna take the time to everybody do their input and go forward, or is everybody happy with 2020 and we're done, we walk away?
Ready to weigh in on either of them.
Well, I mean, that's what we're here for, is to make decisions.
I know, but tomorrow, I just wanna have some time this stuff to me.
Well, it would be nice to know where everybody stands instead of continuously going round and round and round on the table. We could have a straw vote on it. That's an idea.
Go to the table, do you want to modify and tweak 2020? Yes or no?
Jake,
I'd like to see a modification to 20,
so that's a yes.
and that's
Butch?
what we're doing. That's a yes.
I vote for going forward and looking at modifications.
Tim? Mike?
Yeah.
Modifications, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily adopted.
Correct.
Yeah.
Lee?
Yeah.
Stacy?
Okay with that.
Pete?
No, no.
What, Terry?
I'm okay with modifications, but I mean, I'm reading through some of the edits that Mike has input and I would have to have a lot more discussion about that. So
That's what it's all about.
because I'm not in agreement of all the stuff that's in here.
Right.
I may not be either.
Yeah.
Adam?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm a no. I feel like Teresa has a point that whether this really needs to be changed is in our best interest. And it bothers me to hear that only 9 people can decide what this committee does.
But that's what the act says.
Yes, but that's not what we should be doing here.
Well, we're
This is
not
a
gonna change the
collaborative
act.
group. This is a collaborative group. We need to be working together, and obviously, we have a very significant portion that are not in agreement with what we're doing here today.
2 people,
Jake?
3. Karen.
Significant representation.
And I didn't say modification or leave as
And
is, so.
I'm not
So
saying
you
that
can-
it doesn't need to be modified. I just think that I think that we need to have more of a discussion as to whether we really do need, anyway, I mean, and I also kind of, trying to read through from a legalistic viewpoint is very different than the 2020.
Yeah.
And I totally agree that, yes, I want this to be as foolproof as possible. I really appreciate Mike's discussion paper because it finally made sense to me what you were trying to change and what you thought needed to be changed. I don't necessarily agree that those are the changes, but at least it made it more understandable to me.
Karen? Karen, what's your vote?
My vote is no.
Teresa, what's your vote?
My vote is also no, and it's because I agree that we need to have more discussion about the 2020 document and what modifications people think would need to happen before we would talk about whether or not we're actually modifying it, if that makes sense. I don't feel like we actually talked about much other than why Mike and Butch decided to make that it needed editing, and that's, to me, that's just hasn't been helpful. So yeah, I'm still a no.
I actually think that's a yes.
So that's 8 of you.
Yeah, yes, you didn't make the 9.
Maybe if we decide to go through this again, a pointed process would be to take sections of the 2020 document that might be in. Someone says, well, I think this is not clear, we might look at that again. And just, talk about different sections of the 2020 document that for some people may be unclear or don't reflect the current thinking of the group, and then take those a section at a time and see how we could work through that. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but it seems to me like we should start there, which is, Mike, is kind of what you did.
Yeah.
And what you're trying to present here. I think that there's an impression that this is how it should be, the 24 document. I don't think that's your intent.
No.
So maybe we can do more direct correlation of the section in the 20 document versus the 24 document and how that might work.
But I'm not real clear what we voted on, but we don't need to rehash it.
Yeah.
But what I am interested in, Teresa and Karen, could you support approving the 2020 document as is? I'm just trying to figure out where we're at, where people's,
Yeah.
I mean, I can, yes. do I think it's worth having a discussion about it so I can understand what other people think need modifying? Sure. But I think that discussion has to also include a lot more willingness to understand the compromises that were made going into the 2020 document, rather than just assuming that conversation was not the difficult conversation that it was designed to avoid having, that we're having now. But I can support the way it is, yes.
Karen?
I would also support the 2020 document. That doesn't mean I wouldn't be open to discussion, but that discussion needs to include the diversity, not just a couple people agreeing with each other. It needs to include the diversity, and it needs to be open to listening to other people on that those diverse ideas.
Instead of the option of agreeing with it or amending it, is everybody, look, can you vote if you will agree with 2020 as your basis to start with?
Well, boys, I considered 2020 to be our basis.
Okay.
And I went from 2020 to 2024 because I thought it needed some improvement. The only reason two people wound up in the same room, not exactly agreeing with each other, but winding up with a document, is because when the call for volunteers to look at the document went out, nobody else stepped up to present another point of view with the two people who volunteered to do it. And that's the problem is, and I even mentioned that in my snarky little letter to everybody, calling for volunteers that, you know, you were either going to be, if you didn't volunteer, you were either going to be 100% in favor of the document as presented, or you're going to sit back and wait and throw bricks at it. I asked for people to join. And now,
And Mike, I asked for a discussion.
Where we are.
So that's how subcommittee work.
That's how a subcommittee works.
And then you have to bring it forward, and we're at the point where it came forward and not everybody agrees, so we have to go backwards.
That's fine.
So if everybody agrees that the 2020 document is our starting point, we're adopting that.
We're not adopting the 2024 document. We are agreeing that the 2024 document is our starting point for discussion.
The 2020.
The 2020 document, excuse me. Yeah, the 2020 document is our starting point for discussion. That's fine.
For clarity, we are saying that 2020 is not a go. We're gonna consider it. Is that what the vote was?
Jesus Christ.
Considered for discussion. Where I'm at is, we'll have some more discussion, but if we don't make progress, I'm going to make a motion to approve 2020 and adopt it.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it passes or not, but that's where I'm at.
Yeah, okay.
That's another thing I just want to say, and I hope no one takes this the wrong way, is that, I mean, with BLM, we're moving forward in our analysis process and in the decision process. And if we get some more input from SMAC, it'll definitely need to be considered, but we're moving ahead.
Yeah.
And, I try to consider both sides of things, especially on something kind of, something sticky like this, and make a kind of a compromise, middle of the road type decision. So, I mean, and then the court will tell me if we're too far to one side or the other.
Yeah.
But,
You're moving ahead on what?
we have an EA that's largely complete. We're doing some additional work to add another alternative based on the LiDAR and historical. And we're moving ahead. So, like you said, this has been like 10 years. So, and we got one paper from the SMAC, and the SMAC is part of the equation when it comes to making this decision, but it's not all of it. So I don't know.
We're still an advisory board.
Right.
We give you advice, even though it takes us 10 years to come up with it, but you have to.
What's the EA that's almost done?
It's in draft form, but there's been a lot of work done to it.
An EA for what though?
It's for Nature's Advocate in holder access. And we've been in communication with Rand. He's given us input. We waited to get the LiDAR data. And so, you know, we are moving ahead, but, and I'm not saying we're gonna ignore SMAC, but, you know.
You don't have it, you're not gonna wait for us either. Which is fair.
Yeah.
And they have,
The EA consults.
What's that?
We're not allowed to see.
No, but we have, in previous SMAC meetings, I have given a lot of information on what's being considered.
Okay.
I've given a lot of information on the alternatives.
What, where is your legal position when, we don't have a quorum? You just ignore what's SMAC has?
No, we didn't ignore it. We're still considering, because it's still it's still input. It's still
Yeah.
something that, you know, but it's not an official recommendation from an advisory council, but it's still input. So that's what we were looking with.
Because it's been a non-functional body for as long as I've been part of it, and, you listen and you're very polite about it, but we're gonna go ahead and do.
And we decided back then, let's still have SMAC meetings because hearing from
Yeah.
people is still
Yeah.
important. So anyways, Andy has some.
I don't know if I even have a voice to say this, but this is the third distinct SMAC group that I've sat in the room. Because I was here before 7 years ago for 5 years, and then I just came back again last year. And we always get to the same point where I'm right now. We're inside the body of the SMAC, there are two opposing highly vocal parties made up of varying number of individuals, 1, 3, 2, whatever. They can't come to an agreement. Everybody else is in the middle between the two. And whether you have a quorum or don't have a quorum, you end up being only public comment instead of the SMAC's recommendation, because you can't get together and compromise and get something for everybody instead of somebody trying to get everything for just one side.
That's why there's that proviso of 9 members. We either recommend it or we don't, and then we move on to the next topic. We haven't gotten that far though.
but I disagree, because if it's not consensus, so
No,
at
no,
least.
I
If it doesn't have the people that are on opposite sides of the aisle, so to speak, if they're not bought in, then it's, how valuable is it? So I see the whole thing as an opportunity. BLM has a job, they're gonna move forward, they've got decisions to make, they've got things to do.
And it's kind of an idle threat because here we are, we haven't got there either.
Well,
But we're
but
gonna
still,
try to get there.
but judges are gonna make a decision,
Yeah.
Congress is gonna make a
Yes,
decision.
yeah.
We have an opportunity to come together and really create unique solutions to these problems. And really brainstorm and try and solve them at a level that's local enough, it doesn't get caught up in precedents necessarily. It's an opportunity, and we need to take it or leave it.
You've been around long enough. Has this group ever been a unanimous?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some really cool stuff.
Speaking about Nature's Advocate, the SMAC, we had a quorum, I believe, when we came up with a completely different alternative, and that was doing the road where they think there is a road still.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
Where
yeah.
we're doing it. That was specifically from SMAC, that had all of the SMAC members, all the representatives agreeing that that was our best thing coming forward. BLM did not have to take that and put it in there. They did. They listened to us because we were in.
Did that
agreement.
generate the LiDAR study?
Well, then there was litigation and blah, 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 and we're still working on it. But that's not to say that we aren't really, we do have a lot that we can say. And yes, if we can come together as consensus.
Callie's right. It was, the LiDAR came a little bit later. We decided we would use that as a form of evidence to support the historic route option, but the SMAC did support the historic route alternative at one point.
I think it was 2015.
So.
And worked hard to bring different interest groups to the table and really weighed out the pros and cons and the effects.
Well, that's refreshing to me because most of my career here, we've never had a quorum and we just bandied the stuff around and we never did anywhere. So thank you.
I mean, you go clear back to the Steens implementation EA. There was a whole bunch of stuff that the SMAC weighed in heavily. And I didn't get everything I wanted, and I'm kind of still mad about it, but the committee came to agreement. And most all that stuff was implemented.
Well, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, I mean, the blessing of the
Can I
state,
just-
it's not a part of the SMAC, but the whole idea of the SMAC is that we get a group of people to come together that have all the different diverse thoughts on a project and put forth something the whole SMAC stands behind. If one part of that group is going to be completely ignored, I guarantee you IDLA or the judge is going to send it back.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Well, I want to point out that I feel like there is an opinion being subversively expressed that, environmental representatives in the group are just being oppositional. I want to say, from my perspective, what I have been pushing for from the beginning, because Mike and Butch, when you came to us in Bend and you said you think we need to have a document, blah, blah, those of us that were part of writing the 2020 document said, well, we have a document. You admitted that you had not read it. Because the conversations, it is very hard to, in a group that is dominated by not environmental interests sometimes, to feel like anybody cares what we think. This conversation, there are people in this group who have made it clear they kind of think we're ridiculous. What I wanted from the beginning was a conversation about the 2020 document with no other competing things to be discussing about, because again, in Bend, Mike and Butch had admitted they had not read the document. I am not willing to talk about something else until we have a conversation about the 2020 document. To find out today that maybe people working on the 2024 document didn't understand the purpose of the 2020 document is a good reason, or it's a good evidence for why I thought the conversation about the 2020 document was important. We essentially just, Karen and I both expressed an interest in having a conversation about the 2020 document, about letting that document be tested before we made any major modifications to it, and we were completely ignored. So yes, I did stand my ground. That does not make me oppositional. It means I am opposed to being spoken over and essentially ignored when I say there is something I think should be happening, and especially if Karen agrees with me. So I just wish that we could have this conversation in a way that didn't have these subversive tones directed at Karen and me. And I wish that we could talk about how the 2024 document was started with some of the actual context around it, which includes the two environmental representatives asking for a conversation about the 2020 document before any changes were made to the 2024 document.
So I think
Sorry, before the 2024 document. Sorry.
Okay. So we're still at the place where we agree we have a foundation for our discussions. Terry had suggested just taking bits and pieces of things and looking at it a little bit at a time. So do you guys want to propose how you want to attack this conversation at your next meeting?
Not me.
How about you, Terry?
I was just looking at the agenda, just this agenda even, and the only reason is that we've now had this discussion where we've progressed, we're gonna regress and have to start over.
When this subject came up, Mike wanted participants. I didn't raise my hand, everybody, nobody did. Now that he's dived into this pool, it's become on everybody's mind. So I'm willing to wait another quarter and think a little deeper on it. And it sounds like everybody else would maybe like to dig a little deeper into it and think on it. Because I think up until just a week ago, nobody's thought about it except Mike and Butch.
So just agenda check, it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure we have the energy to try to go further on this topic right now. But I'm wondering if we could move tomorrow's 9 o'clock Steens Act review to now. And then pick this topic up in the morning and see if maybe we can cross the goal line with it. I think there's a chance.
That would be nice.
And ask people tonight to look at the 2020 version versus 2024 version. And maybe we can come to agreement tomorrow morning. That's where my head's at.
And I think someone made a good point earlier too, if there's things that you don't like as they are written or updated, then maybe provide some writing of your own that you like better, so that we have some content to work on. So tomorrow's 9 o'clock was gonna be some of this conversation. I don't know that anybody is going to be bringing anything up from the Steens Act. But you guys had also talked about wanting to, catch up on where you are at on your in-holder initiative work. I don't know if you guys went through the Google Drive and refreshed yourselves on that, but that information is in there too. But that's what's on tomorrow morning at 9. Right?
The in-holder initiative.
Right, because that was part of one of the SMAC's initiatives in maybe one way of dealing with in-holder access is to get the private in-holdings out. And so there's been lots of conversations with in-holders and edge holders about that. And you guys were gonna get caught up on where those efforts are at.
You have enough money?
Well, we have laws, unfortunately. Karen, did you want to speak up?
Yeah, I actually raised my hand a little earlier, so this is going back a bit. You asked about what to focus on next meeting, dealing with this issue. Dawn just told us that you're moving forward with this whole request from Nature's Advocacy. I think we need to talk about that in the specifics next meeting. And that needs to be part of the things, and we will probably discover some things we need to alter on that 2020 document when we do that, but we need to also move forward.
Are you, Karen, I'm not sure I understand, are you suggesting BLM provide SMAC with more information about where things currently stand, or what is what's the request?
Probably provide some more, a lot of us weren't on the board when all that happened, so provide some information on where we're at, and do you need a decision?
I could, let me reword it. Are you asking for the advisory committee to give BLM input on the Nature's Advocacy EA? And so are you wanting to weigh in on that EA and their access and in a format of recommendation?
I don't know if we need to or not. I don't have enough information.
I can probably provide somewhat of an update tomorrow, if that's what we want to do. Okay, what we've discussed with Rand, the proponent.
I mean, I can do a little bit of act review.
You guys want to do that?
Sure.
Reviews a part of the Steens Act.
Yeah, I think a lot of us didn't do our homework for today's class.
Like, how about we take a few minutes of a break first?
Is there any way you could
Go outside in the parking lot and have a fist fight?
That sounds good too.
is there any way you could see exactly?
So we're gonna take 5 or 10 minutes to regroup and then we'll be back.
Recording stopped.
Find a way to spend your. Yo, dudes.
All right, we are going to use this bit of time before our day ends to talk a little bit about the Steens Act. Part of your guys' strategic planning was to stay refreshed on things that are in the Steens Act, and Stacy graciously offered to take the helm here for a little while. It looks like we're going to be talking about the advisory council. If you need a copy of the act, let me know. Otherwise, it's going to be right up here on the screen. For those of you on the Zoom, you can just Google Steens Act if you would like, or it's in the shared drive somewhere, not particular to this meeting. But you can drop a note in the chat if you need anything from me. Thank you, Stacy.
So it looks like we're mostly back, just missing Cliff. Subtitle D, the establishment of an advisory council. I'm sure that everyone has reviewed this and knows it well, but the only thing I really want to talk about right here is 13. Is to advise the secretary in managing the area and in promoting the cooperative management under subtitle C, which will go back to subtitle C.
You got that? Okay.
The act is the Steens Mountain Cooperative Management and Protection Act, right? Which in some ways, right there in the title is contradictory language, depending upon your viewpoint. But that's the way the act was developed. I mean, that's the way, reality, that's the way life is. We want to cooperate and get along, but as long as I get my way. So we talk about moving to a kind of some new discussions rather than fight over some of the same old discussions. I think there's some space in this section. That's why I'm going there. Cooperative management agreements. Back to the toilets and fields. This piece right here is a little bit of the reason those are public restrooms, but the field store.
Subsection B.
Yeah, I mean, this whole section really, but throughout the time, the 20, how many years, 25 years since the act passed, is that right? 24, 25?
Yeah.
In the last 24 years, there have been times when really neat things happen and people came together and cooperated, and we created solutions that were win-win. And there have been times that were the opposite of that, were chaos. But let's just read through that and look at what opportunities exist. So we're in subtitle C, section 121, cooperative management agreements. Jake, why don't you read A?
Cooperative efforts. Further, the purposes and objectives for which the cooperative management and protection area is designated, the secretary may work with non-federal landowners and other parties who voluntarily agree to participate in the cooperative management of federal and non-federal lands, the cooperative management, etc. Voluntarily, private landowners. You want me to go on?
So, Mike, what does it say?
It says what it says. The question is whether or not you're going to find people to participate and under what terms and circumstances and who asks them and how do they get there.
So as you're a landowner, you could read that and say there's an opportunity. Couldn't you?
That's why I'm here, I guess.
And if you're a government agency, a BLM representative, you read that, you would say, maybe I should be cooperative.
Yeah.
Or I should listen.
They always listen. That doesn't mean they're cooperative.
Yeah.
B. We all listen before we respond, right? Or at least we hear. Maybe.
Well, we're formulating.
While we're formulating, what is B? Butch,
Want me to read it?
please,
Tell you what it says.
read it, then tell me what it says.
Read it. Other participants, with the consent of the landowners involved.
See that you're reading C.
What's that? B. Oh, you wanted B. Agreements authorized. The secretary may enter into a cooperative management agreement with any party to provide for the cooperative conservation and management of the federal and non-federal lands subject to the agreement. So. Yeah, okay.
They can enter into agreements for cooperative management and conservation.
Right.
You could do that anyway. Don, does this say anything different than what all your other mandates say?
No.
Not necessarily. But let's go on below, because maybe we get to some places that are a little different. C, yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Other participants. With the consent of the landowners involved, the secretary may permit permittees, special use permit holders, other federal and state agencies, and interested members of the public to participate in a cooperative management agreement as appropriate to achieve the resource or land use management objectives of the agreement. Wow. Sounds like they can use everybody to get something agreed up on.
Okay.
Willing partners. Willing partners.
You need willing partners, that's correct. D. You got a mic?
I got it. Tribal cultural site protection. The secretary may enter into agreements with the Ferns Pike tribe to protect cultural sites in the cooperative management and protection area of importance to the tribe.
So really, those four things really probably don't force BLM to do anything different than they could do otherwise. But the fact that they're in the law specific to the Steens would guide us to think maybe they should be a little more cooperative minded, or at least think of opportunities. But it also, the advisory council is to promote cooperative management. So I would read that to say that the advisory council, our job is to go out and look for opportunities for cooperative management. Right? I can pick on any one of you. Cliff?
Yeah.
You represent dispersed recreation, is that what it is now?
Recreation.
Recreation. How might private landowners, BLM and recreationalists cooperate and make life better for all?
Like a specific example.
Yeah. Brainstorm one. What's a problem recreationalists have?
Somebody whispered access back there. Well, you know what? Off the top of my head, I think of the loving camp.
Okay.
Without getting, so, a real quick question though, when they talk about the secretary shall establish, they're talking about the federal, they're talking about the federal government, not necessarily the secretary, correct?
The secretary.
The BLM represents. BLM, okay.
Secretary of Interior.
Okay.
We're appointed by the Secretary of Interior. So Cliff, this morning we were talking about people go up on the mountain, they don't know which roads they can drive on, they get lost on the trails. It's a problem.
Sure.
How can we all work together to solve that problem?
Well, definitely the SMAC could make recommendations that the BLM could adopt to maybe put up a kiosk with informational packets or QR codes.
But we don't want kiosks on public land.
Well, maybe we put up the campgrounds where there's already kiosks.
Okay,
So.
but think a little broader. We mentioned maybe French Glen's the place to do it. That way it doesn't matter if they go up the north loop or the south loop, they go through French Glen.
Sure.
So you only have one sign instead of signs scattered everywhere.
Right.
Who should go talk to the private landowners in French Glen to find a place to put the sign?
Well, that could be the BLM, it could be SMAC members.
If I read this right here,
Yeah.
I would say that's on us to some extent, right?
For sure.
And so I think there's opportunities, and I can give you examples of things that are happening really ongoing. Where private landowners and the BLM work cooperatively to solve problems. One of the issues is off-road travel bans in the CMPA. BLM's not allowed, or no one's allowed to travel off-road with vehicles inside the cooperative management protection area, that 500,000 acre boundary. There are certain things, you need a wild horse corral and trap, and where are you gonna put those things? Private land. It's one of the solutions. Let's go a little deeper. These are things that I don't think show up in the normal BLM realm of possibility. Cliff, can you read? We're in section 122A, policy.
Policy development on public and private lands within the boundaries of the cooperative management and protection area, which is different from the current character and uses of the lands, is inconsistent with the purposes of this act.
So that one got quoted over and over and over again, reasonable access discussion, right? Or that's where that came from. Maybe I'll read the title, Cooperative Efforts to Control Development and Encourage Conservation. So when the governor's language all got X'd out, this is what got put in, part of what got put in. Lee, can you read B?
Use of non-development and conservation easements. The secretary may enter into a non-development easement or conservation easement with willing landowners to further the purposes of this act.
So landowner wants to take a sheep up on the mountain and graze. There's conflicts. What might be a tool we could use to resolve some of those conflicts? See some possibilities? And whose responsibility is it to go seek out that landowner and find solutions to that issue? Probably all of us, or any of us, maybe. It's not just Don's job. The advisory committee, one of our roles is to find cooperative solutions. And it's both ways, right? Probably need landowners' cooperation at times, but we need BLM's cooperation at times, and other users, and conservation groups, et cetera, et cetera. C. Pete, can you read it?
Conservation incentive payments. Secretary may provide technical assistance, cost share payments, incentive payments, and education to a private landowner, CMPA, who enters into a contract with the secretary to protect or enhance ecological resources on the private land covered by the contract if those protections or enhancements benefit public lands.
How much IRA money went into this? Huh?
I mean, earmarked, wasn't IRA.
I mean, you're doing a great job and doing some projects, but we didn't go after any of that money when we had legislation saying we should have. Really, right? And other pools of money. There's actually a whole nother section that authorized 25 million, but they've never appropriated it. But we've never pushed very hard for them to appropriate it either. If we had a series of projects up there that were timely and well put together, if this committee agreed on and got a landowner or another private party to agree on some things, I guarantee we could go after that money, and in this past administration probably got it. You never know what the next one will bring. D. Lee or Terry, I guess.
Sure, I'll do that. Relation to property rights in state and local law. Nothing in this act is intended to affect rights or interests in real property or supersede state law.
Kind of interesting, somewhat contradictory to some of the other things. Well, right there and right there. So when you talk about the current character and uses, so one person might say that the exact condition of that road is the best it can be ever again. Another person might say that the current character is that my granddad used to use his bulldozer and road grader and fix that road. And so in my family's time, the character we have in mind is a bladed road. And his current use, the exact use at the time, or the right to use. So we go back to the sheep grazing permit. The last quite a few years, no sheep have been in the Ankle Creek Basin. But the landowner has had the right to graze sheep, even though he didn't graze sheep. So he argues that the current use of that land was his right to graze sheep. Whereas another person might argue that, no, you haven't had sheep there for 20 years. That was not a current use when the time of the act passed. So those kinds of conflicts we all know exist. But as a committee, and I think I'll quit after this, open it to discussion, I'll sit down, but as a committee, we have a responsibility to seek out cooperative projects. The wild horse issue, you know, the Kiger Riddle gather being under appeal. How's that gonna get resolved? I don't know that any of us can predict it. Do we let the judge decide, or do we get actively involved and try to create a solution that we can agree on? I mean, if you just go global on the wild horse issue, why in the world is the US government the largest horse breeder in the world? And what are they doing with them that has any value or use? I mean, so you can go global and ask that question, and then you start to narrow it down. Why do we have HMAs in the Steens, and what is the real purpose, and how do they get managed moving forward? 1,500 horses is too many. 150 in an HMA maybe is not enough. What kind of cooperation can we bring into that discussion to make it better and really help BLM? They don't want to see the range turn to Medusa head, but they get in trouble and bound by situations that create problems.
Stacy, can I add something to your sheep example? In the High Aspens appeal and in that 2017 decision, BLM never disputed that sheep grazing was an appropriate use of a private mowing. The question was what form of access was required, and we denied trailing, and IBLA said we did not do an adequate analysis to deny that and directed us to do further analysis. So it was not that we denied that we said that sheep grazing was not an appropriate use of it.
And I sure didn't mean to connotate that if I did, so, but I think it's good to clarify it. And I realize that.
So Butch and then Mike,
Yep, I'll sit down. So,
go ahead.
Well, I was gonna have a question for Stacy.
yeah,
Because you probably have more experience on SMAC than pretty much anybody in this room. So you've seen how SMAC is operated. And I guess the only question that I have, and we touched on it a little bit, truly, how much do people listen to SMAC? How much, I wouldn't call it power, but influence do we truly have, in your opinion? Or would we oftentimes be working on something that would be totally brushed off?
I think, I won't say I think, so a politician, ultimately that's who decides a lot of these things. People that work in the agencies who are staff are not in that group, but even them. Okay, when you're a public figure and you have two different groups or more that disagree, you really have the freedom to do whatever you want, because you can just blame the other side. Yeah. Okay. But when the two sides come together and they come to you together and say, Butch, you are the president, the secretary, or congressman, and we, the people of Oregon, have agreed that this should happen. What choice does a politician have? Yeah. And that's the power. And this group, if they really truly engaged and came to consensus and really fought hard, they could get what they wanted. Within reason, but we're not gonna go forward with anything that's unreasonable anyway.
Yeah.
Because to get to agreement, it's gonna be fairly reasonable, even maybe reasonable access, but.
Unreasonable.
But seriously, no, that's the power of the group.
Yeah.
And we may have to go right above everybody that's in Burns and go state level, national level, jump across the aisle and to the political side and get our congressman and senator. But if we call Senator White, listen, Senator White, Steens Mountain Advisory Council has worked on this issue for a long time. And we are rock solid in agreement on this issue. BLM won't listen. He'd call the director of the BLM and say, what's going on?
No.
And you'd see some changes happen. Now, Don doesn't really want that to happen.
And
So
never
it
will,
goes to
yeah.
that level. But that's how it should, that's how it could work.
Okay.
I won't say should, that's how it could work. That's why I say it's an opportunity. So look at the Steens Act. How many pieces of legislation went through Washington DC that were, driven by grassroots?
Yeah.
Do you know of any?
Well, we don't have a D or an R, we have a SMAC. Republican, Democrat, you know.
But no, I'm saying the Steens Act went through Congress because diverse interests came together and created something that would go through. It was messy. It wasn't fun. At the end of the day, the name, the last negotiation period actually happened in my living room. And we had Bill Marlette, Andy Kerr, Fred Otley and I, BLM district manager, area manager, representative from Walden's office, representative from Wyden's office. They would stay in our guest houses at night, come back to my living room and we'd negotiate around tables about like this. And we laid maps out on the table and we laid the legislation out on the table. The landowners involved in the land trades would come in, we'd redefine those boundaries, they would leave. I mean, it was done literally in my living room. And the only reason that it went through Congress is because you had two of the leading environmental activists in the state of Oregon who had credibility and have earned it by suing people. It's the game they played. And some affected landowners represented. We had a strong Steens Mountain landowner group that was very functional. We would meet in the evenings, sometimes in the middle of these meetings, but the process went on for a couple of years. The Southeast Oregon RAC met on the Steens. They came to the conclusion that no designation should happen. Of course, the secretary didn't like that. So he turned to Walden and said, I'll give you a few months to come up with legislation to protect that mountain or you'll get a monument. We had the monument now. It was the power line through the White Horse Ranch, clear to Highway 95, up 78. They took out the state land at Riddle Mountain, came around the north end of the refuge, right down Highway 205, back to the transmission line that goes across the desert. It was 1.7 million acres, something like that. The monument language, the monument documents, I saw them, I read them. I mean, it was a done deal. So Walden created a working group. And nobody let Bill Marlette on it. So it was me and Sybil Ackerman. I insisted recreation was representatives, so representatives, they got an OHA, Oregon Hunters Association rep out of Klamath Falls, Chris. Dan Nichols representing the county government. Wanda Johnson representing the tribe, and Mike Golden, who had been the RAC chairman, carried over to be the chairman of the working group. And we worked up a recommendation to the secretary. We couldn't come to agreement. So we had minority reports. It's 9-3 vote. Again, a politician can do whatever they want with a minority report. They can choose whatever. So that wasn't good enough. So then the legislative staff went to work on it, led by Greg Walden's Lindsay Slater. And he worked with representatives from each of the House and Senate members in the state. And they started to he created this puzzle. And the idea of a cow-free wilderness and the other things came together, the trout reserve. And he would put those pieces on the puzzle, took a map and cut it out, created a puzzle. And they went through that process. Gosh, we were on phone calls almost every morning for months. Because the congressionals would go out, talk to the constituents, come back, fight about it. Lindsay would call me, Stacy, this is what's going on. There's 9 o'clock there, 6 o'clock here, 7 o'clock there's 4 o'clock here. Anyway, it was quite a process, but at the end of the day, we got an act, and a lot of it's pretty good, and some of it sucks. And the reason some of it sucks is because we had to punt, meaning you create language that's good enough, you stick it in and say, we'll work it out later. And that's what we're still doing, and we always will. So we can say it sucks, but in reality, that's the beauty of it too. And when you look back and you say, okay, Steens was made a national monument in 1900. None of the things we deal with today existed. So there wouldn't be cell phone towers, there wouldn't be roads, there wouldn't be anything up there, right? So the beauty of language, it's a little ambiguous, is it allows people down the road to kind of manage and go forward. That's what my vision of the advisory council was. I thought it was rather arrogant to say in 2000, we were smart enough to know what the best thing for that mountain and the people around it was going to be forever. So why not create a system where people can have input ongoing? That was my perspective on it. And that's others weighed in. I'm not saying I wrote that part, but I fought hard for that, and that's where part of the reason it's in there. But I guess I said I'd shut up better. I think there's opportunities, and I think there's opportunities it is a special place with special people to make it even better.
Parts of the act that you think suck.
We knew that access was going to be a horrible factor.
The Steens CMPA is kind of interesting to me because, like they said, they wanted to avoid a monument. So we created something that was not a monument. It's in the BLM National Monument and the NCA system.
We fought hard to
So
keep it
it's-
out of that, by the way.
It's in that system, but in a way, it's a monument to multiple use. Because it talks about grazing and recreation. So it is a monument, but it's a monument to multiple use, which is an interesting.
That's what we hoped for.
So.
Yeah. With a protection, with a little added protection.
Yeah, and like you said, they had some different pieces of the puzzle. There's the cattle-free wilderness, but there's also commitment to sustainable grazing and ranching and different forms of recreation. So there's all those puzzle pieces together, but it is very unique. And that's why I don't like putting too many signs up and everything, because I think we need to make sure it keeps its character. Whatever that is, but this committee has a lot to say about that.
I mean, what popped into my mind when we were talking about sticker fees for recreation use, why not allow Field Store and the other establishments over there to sell them? Some different levels of cooperation to, I was sitting there thinking that the Field School probably should be the one supplying you the dumpster. It would be a revenue stream and they dump it in the Field's dump right next to the school, right?
That's interesting.
But just ways to integrate the community and the public from the outside that comes to use it, solve problems in creative ways. You take those little schools, they're always starving for money. They haven't been the last few years, but over my lifetime they have been. Are there ways to better cooperate and bring more Portland money into the county and keep it in the county? Bring more Portland jobs into the county and keep them in the county. Give the visitors a good experience without screwing up our life. I live here, and so I'll give you one.
Pretty tough to do for us, Portland guys, not to screw up your.
I know you do all the time. So this things happen. You guys have no idea. Most people have no idea. So they're cleaning off the Steens Loop Road. You know how I knew? A semi truck hauling the equipment to go up to clean off the loop road, drove through my driveway and tried going up Roaring Springs Canyon to get there. And he's stuck on a two track that I don't even ride my motorcycle on. And I'm going, what kind of we were across the road at the trail and I see this semi truck with a whole load of stuff on a flatbed, right? Just flying, and he squeals the corner and heads up the driveway, goes right to my house, and I'm going, this guy is gonna get in trouble, I'm gonna try to stop him, I hop on my dirt bike, scream up there just in time to get him off the cliff, basically. And I'm going, holy smokes, but, so there's interaction between the locals that live there and the greater public all the time. And the more cooperative we are, the better it'll be for everybody. Signage, we don't want a sign at the end of the driveway saying, stay out.
My driveway.
Yeah, but GPS, I mean, it's a crazy world. Anyway, the act has, so there's a whole nother section that talks about $25 million available and some more cooperative stuff. I think as we deal with some of these issues, creativity is probably the answer.
And open-minded. And open-mindedness.
Yeah. You know, if it comes right down to BLM denying a trailing permit for livestock trailing, I'm gonna have to be on the side of fighting for that, right? Sure. Because that's going to affect all of us in the area. Do I want sheep interacting with wild sheep and causing problems? No. There's a solution in between those two for me. I think there is for most of us.
I don't have anything. Thanks for that excellent presentation, Stacy.
Yeah.
It certainly is good food for thought. While you're talking about horses, I was thinking about sage grouse of all things. And you really don't want to hear it. But I was at the SageCon conference a couple of weeks ago in Prineville. And one of the issues that was being raised about the overuse of certain lands by the horses was that it is interfering with sage grouse conservation. And that's a species that is near and dear to both of our hearts, I'm sure, and has caused great consternation in the past. And it's just kind of another little wrinkle on the whole horse issue is horses and cattle, horses and sage grouse. And it's when we're talking about rounding them up, whatever, they're part of the equation as well. That was part of the discussion last a couple of weeks ago. So.
Thanks, Jason.
Well, I mean, thanks for that reinforcing the opportunity discussion because, you know, I after hearing that, I thought, all right, so what's in my lane? And if you read section 133, it says the secretary shall appoint as needed or at the request of the advisory council, a team of respected, knowledgeable, and diverse scientists to provide advice on questions relating to management of the CNPA. So whenever, since I'm always been involved with stream restoration stuff, a lot of it is in the eastern Oregon is around riparian zones that are pretty critical and kind of fragile. So if there are willing landowners that maybe have streams running through their property that might be willing to be encouraged with conservation and setting payments to provide more fencing of riparian zones, create water gaps if that's appropriate, or do that as a way to enhance the fish habitat and the CNPA. That's, to me, that's an option. So, Stacy, I know you've probably done a lot of that work already, but there might be other opportunities on this stuff. I think maybe because we've been struggled to be just a group at all. that we haven't really explored some of these opportunities maybe as much as we could. Now that we're a bigger group, there might be time to work on it.
Are we a quorum now?
Yeah, we have a full slate, don't we? There's nothing empty.
Yes-ish. So the Burns Paiute Tribe representative does not live in the state of Oregon anymore. And that's one of the requirements to serve on the SMAC. So we're looking at that.
So Eric,
Mhm.
we have 11 and 12. Because technically we have 12 to 12, but one of them's.
Is he, it's questionable. He's still on council, but
Yeah,